Alright, what's up guys? Sorry, I was distracted. This tweet that they sent out. Did you guys see this tweet that they sent out about the castles? This is such a tweet. Oh, what a tweet. What up, Trixari? How you doing? I'm Marlon. I watch almost every one of your videos. First time catching you live. What's up, Juan? Hope you're doing well. Nice on time. How am I feeling today? You can probably tell from the way I sound. I'm doing a little better. I'm still pretty sick though. I'll probably only stream for like 3 or 4 hours today. We'll see how it goes. I just gotta talk quiet. I gotta talk more calmly, and then my throat will last. My voice will last. Take less caffeine. What up, Florin? How you doing? What up, Mike? Thanks for the how-to videos on how to get loose and trade things to do and maximize gains. Awesome content. Appreciate it, Mike. I have short content now too. Go and boost my short content, guys. Go watch my short. I have 2 shorts, just like real life. Do we have bosses right now? I think we do. Let's go to the dentist. Can you see the tweet? Yeah, I'll show you in a second. It's so good. I retweeted it. I don't really use Twitter anymore, but I had to retweet it. I re-X'd it. Did we ever figure out what we call tweets now? Is there a new lingo? New vocabulary? Gotta go ASMR today? No, yeah, you're right. Truths? Oh no. Alright, here, let me bring this up. We are aware of a tactic attackers may use during upcoming castle sieges on 11/17 that allows attackers to access the inner courtyards earlier than intended. Trick, sorry, we'll go back for 23 buds. How you doing?
Remember to use your free or non-free subs, folks.
Oh yeah, those two. Good point. Yeah, don't just let your prime sit there. Come on, guys. Giving Jeff Bezos money. An attacker using this approach travels across rooftops along the western edge of the outer courtyard and eventually leaps over the wall into the inner courtyard. Oh, is that how it works? This is not intentional gameplay. This is not an intentional gameplay component, so we wanted to create awareness about its existence so defenders can prepare appropriately. Well, good job. You created awareness. Awareness has been created. People are now aware. The attackers who may use this method are vulnerable to PvP throughout their infiltration pattern. I guess that's supposed to be like they're telling you can attack them while they're exploiting. We plan to prevent this from happening in future updates. Thanks for your understanding. Oh, that's so good. That's one of my favorite tweets of all time. Is there a Korean version of that tweet? I wonder if it says the same thing. Yeah, that really is one of the tweets of all time. I've been using your spreadsheet and it's very useful. Do you plan to upgrade it for T2 items? Apparently it will cost more blessing and T1 purple will be blue items than T2 items. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that for a while though. We're not going to get T2 gear until at least February. But yeah, there will be a new spreadsheet. I love devs bringing awareness to unintended game mechanics. I love when the developer of the game tells me exactly how to use the exploit. I mean, it would have been one thing if they put it up and they were just like, hey, if you use this, you know, action will be taken against your account. But instead they're like, yeah, it'll get fixed eventually, but in the meantime, if you want to practice... If you want to practice before Sunday, it's definitely not getting fixed before Sunday, so if you want to start practicing, here you go. Alright, we got 1 minute till a dentist. I have 2 new pieces of gear to upgrade, you guys. Build is basically done. Check this out. I got... Oh, they look so nice in my inventory. Gauntlets of the Field General. So I'm going to have to do some trait rerolling on this. And, you know... Not sure how that's going to go. Last time I did 300 stones worth of rerolls and couldn't get a good trait. If I get really bad luck, what are we looking at here? I think I'm just gonna have to use unlock stones. Yeah. The cheapest trait that I can use is 6k. So we're just gonna have to use unlock stones if the reroll doesn't get lucky. Making builds, do you primarily focus on stat points on the items to hit breakpoints over stats on the items? Let me think about that one. Can't tell if my brain is on a delay from being sick or if that comment is... Do you primarily focus on stat points on the items to hit breakpoints over stats on the items? Over, like, the non-stat stats, I guess? Is that what you're asking? I think that it's different for every piece. So the way I did it, you need to have some idea kind of overall of, like, probably hit rating would be the first thing you want to think about. Like, how much hit rating do I want to have on my build? And then evasion is probably the next most important thing. If you're running evasion, you need to be thinking, like, okay, how much evasion am I going to run? Because you kind of have to plan the whole build around those things. And there's some scenarios where even if a piece is better overall, you might have to sacrifice it to get a worse piece that has hit or evasion. So, like, you might have a piece that has a lot of stats on it, but it doesn't have evasion or it doesn't have hit. And if you haven't reached the amount of evasion or hit that you need, then you kind of have to, like, keep focusing on those. But then beyond that, yeah, you want to look for pieces that have the most stats possible while also hitting the overall, like, thresholds that you want to hit. And there's no, like... Oh, I'm dead. Okay, I lived. There's no, like, good way of really explaining how to do that, because it's different for every build, which is kind of why putting together a build when you're new to this game is a total nightmare. Like strength and perception versus evasion. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends, right? Like, if you're building evasion, you probably want to have evasion as your #1 priority on just about every piece. But even then, there's always, like, a trade-off to consider. Like, for me, the 2-piece Field General is super strong. And so I'm going to be running Helmet of the Field General and Gloves of the Field General, and neither one of those pieces have evasion. So I'm giving up evasion on 2 pieces, but I'm getting the set effect, the 2-piece set effect from this, which is really, really good, 150 melee heavy attack chance. And then on top of that, Gauntlets of the Field General and Helmet of the Field General themselves are both really well-statted items. So 3 perception and 560 health is really good. And then the Gauntlets have perception and attack speed, plus attack speed traits. So both of those are extremely well-statted items, and when you take into account how well-statted they are, plus the two set, then suddenly it becomes worth giving up 2 pieces worth of evasion, but only because the Helm and Gauntlets are extremely good. Like, under normal circumstances, I would not, even for belts, right? Like we were talking about, should I use Belt of Bloodlust, which is way better than Belt of Combat Prowess. It's way better than Belt of Combat Prowess, but should I actually use it? Because I'm giving up 150 evasion. And so even though the Belt of Bloodlust has more stats overall, it doesn't have evasion on it, and therefore I'm not going to be able to maintain an appropriate level of evasion if I don't use that belt. And so it's like, I kind of have no choice. I'm kind of stuck using Belt of Combat Prowess. At least in small scale. I am going to use the Belt of Bloodlust for Siege, though, and for large-scale fights. But, like, for Arena, I'll probably keep the Belt of Combat Prowess on, even though it's only a blue item and it has less stats overall, because it just has the specific stat that I really need to make my build work. If you try to just go through and pick whatever items have the most stats, it kind of works. I think if you're not playing Evasion, that actually works pretty well. You still have to have some idea of how you're valuing each stat, though. Like, one item has 100 crit and another item has 5 dex. Which is better? You know, like, it's not hard to, or it's not easy to make that judgment. I'll show you how I did it once this boss is dead. I'll show you the autistic way of doing it. Or artistic. Either one. How much hit is useful in Greatsword Dagger? If you actually want to hit people with evasion builds, you want to try to get like 1300. It's really hard to do that, though. Most of us have kind of ended up with around 1100 on our builds, and that's even like with food popped, 1100 total. Because going above that, you just have to give up too much. You have to give up too much tankiness. You have to give up other stats. But, you know, you can also just, like, not care that much about hit. And just get a ton of health, a ton of defense, a ton of evasion, and a ton of crit. And just end up with, like, 800 or 900 hit. And just accept the fact that if you go up against a melee evasion player, they're going to dodge 50% of what you throw at them. Overall, I feel like that's the better strategy. Like, when I switch to a dentist, I'm only going to have around, like, 1,000 hit, I think, with food on. Which is way lower than what I was initially aiming for. And initially, I was aiming to build around Mordecai and try to have, like, 1,400 hit. And I've just totally given up on that. I don't think it's worth it. You know, my hit rate against a high evasion player would go from 50% to like 55 or 60%. Is that worth giving up all these other stats and all these other pieces? I don't think it is. In the long run, I don't think it is. Are we done? Is that the only boss? All right, that was fast. Can you put out guide for staff longbow gear PvE free to play friendly? I probably won't be doing a staff longbow guide anytime soon because I don't have enough experience with the builds. But I think there are some really good ones on YouTube. You could check out Welps. I think he's got some. If I get into Portal all by myself, got a drop, can someone that wasn't online or with me in the Portal get the loot? Kind of, yeah. It depends on what rules your guild is using. So when you loot, if you're in a guild and you loot something from a field boss, then that item is going to go into your guild storage. And so your guild officers are going to be the ones who distribute it. So it's up to whatever rules your guild has. Some guilds will just like let you keep the item and give it back to you. Other guilds will roll for it. Other guilds will loot council it. So it depends on your guilds. Feels kind of useless to build 1,000 hit if I lose something like heavy attack. Yeah, and it can be, dude. It can be, honestly, especially if you're trading off heavy attack. Are you talking about like giving up 50 strength so you can hit 60 perception? That makes building in TNL a nightmare, but also crazy variety. Yeah, there is tons of variety. And I mean, if you look at my build page, that's why there's like 15 different builds on there, because that's the only way to really figure it out, is to go on here and just start messing with stuff and see how it turns out. Because, you know, if I tried to if I picked out all these pieces and put them together, but then it turned out that I could only get to like 45 strength, then that wouldn't work, right? Like the 50 strength is really important to me. So that's one of my top priorities as a melee DPS. I really want that heavy hit. I mean, it's good for any DPS, but especially for greatsword, I think it's important to have as much heavy as you can get. So yeah, I mean, there's a gazillion different versions of this, and then like there's plate versions, right? So these are gonna be geared towards melee and range, but then there's also leather versions, and these are geared towards magic and range, and it's a completely different loadout. You know, like every piece of armor is different. A lot of the accessories are the same, but every piece of armor is different. And you know, some of these stretch all the way to 60 perception, and you've got to make some sacrifices for that. So like using Beast Kings instead of charging bracelet, you know, I'm giving up some attack speed and some collision chance to do that, but it's also allowing me to hit that 60 perception. So if I wanted to make a high hit builds, then you know 60 perception is going to give me a lot more than 40 or 37 perception. But yeah, it's there's no one answer. It's like, what kind of defenses do you want? How much do you care about countering evasion players? How tanky do you want to be, or are you okay with just like being a glass cannon? Those are all kind of questions you have to ask yourself. Were you partying last night? Your voice sounds like you were singing karaoke. No, I've just been sick for the past couple days. Is there a viable build for Expo daggers with Kawazan, or should I just go with Laquarius? I'm sure you could make Kawazan work. Laquarius is really, really good, though, especially for crossbow, because you're always shadow striking before you do your big spin. And so I would imagine the passive on Laquarius is kind of good for that. What do you get for Kawazan? Melee critical hit chance? Kind of sounds like trash, if I'm being honest. I mean, the dex and the crit is nice, but I would probably, if I was playing crossbow dagger, which I don't, so this is just off the top of my head, but if I was going to make a crossbow dagger build, I don't think I would even look at these. I think I would definitely, just at a glance, Laquarius daggers already look better than this. It's really only melee crit. I didn't know that. I thought it was all crit. That seems, yeah, as crossbow dagger, that seems suboptimal. Plus, Laquarius is cheaper. Struggling on my alt, going from greatsword dagger, getting one shot by mages with one trait blues. You think switching to a crossbow is going to help with that? You could just run greatsword dagger as a leather build. You don't have to run it as plate. There's very viable leather builds. Some of them I would say are actually better than the plate builds in terms of like overall stat ability. You'll just get demolished in arena. What's the only downside? Watch your Lucent video. I'm curious, how often do you buy lithographs and craft them hoping for great success? Never. The only time that I craft for great success is when I'm turning my resistance metals into a lithograph, and that's because you have to. You have to craft the item before you can sell it. Other than that, I'm never like making lithographs and gambling for great successes. I've yet to see a margin where that's worth it. In order for that to be worth it, the great success version would have to be selling for like what, 7 or 8 times the lithograph version, because like not only do you only have a 20% chance, right? So that's 1 in 5, so it has to be at least 5 times higher just from that to break even. But then on top of that, you've got a 20% tax rate that you're paying. So yeah, the margin would just have to be insane in order for that to be worth it. You could always just gamble, right? But you've got a 4 out of 5. You've got an 80% chance of just losing your resources if you do that. So on average, I don't think it's ever worth doing. How's hit chance and critical hit chance affecting healer? I think they affect heals the same way they affect normal players. I know you can heavy with your heals. I think you can crit as well. As far as hit chance, you don't miss your heals, so that would not matter as much. But just because you're a healer doesn't mean you're not hitting people, So I think hit is still going to be important, but maybe not as important as a DPS. Hope you feel okay. I'm hanging in there, dude. I'm hanging in there. I have a question. Can I see a godlike bow staff build? I'm not the bow staff guy, so I don't know what the godlike build is. How are you using your mats? I have hundreds and hundreds. They just sit there. They'll start to go quickly once you start making lithographs. All of my materials go to blank lithographs for either accessory or armor. So that requires the armor ones. You can either use leather, or I think you can use leather, metal, or the other one. My brain's not going to work well today. I'm just warning you guys right now. Yeah, you can use leather, thread, or metal for these. Mana steel, which is like metal. But then for the accessories, you can only use gold. So, like when I'm doing my Amatoy missions, I always make sure one of the materials I'm getting is gold. The other one's a little more flexible because the armor lithos have multiple options. But for accessories, it has to be gold. So I always run the Amatoy missions that have gold for one material, and then the other one kind of changes depending on what else I need. One of these days I'm gonna get that box. All right, so shall we upgrade some gear? We have, oh yeah, we got like an hour and a half to goof around. Let's get some stuff done. I'm great sword SNS main. Can I use dagger as light DPS builds? Yeah, you could swap the SNS out for a dagger and start DPSing. It kind of depends on how tanky you built, but greatsword just slaps, so you could make that work. I tried to make a collar from litho, but a great success with collision. I remember you talking about it. Yeah, if you hit a great success, I would sell it. I would definitely sell it. They're almost always worth at least like double what the litho's worth. So you could sell it and just buy another litho. Like, yeah, I mean, if I don't, depending on which color you're talking about, yeah, if I made a collar of decimation and it hit great success, I would definitely just sell this for 800 and then just buy another litho. Because even after tax, you've got some extra money there. Looks like for something like this, it wouldn't work. The litho's 200 and the item is... These are some weird prices. Interesting. I wonder if those will stay up. That might be a fluke. That might look different in a few hours. Is upgrading RNG like BDO? Way less RNG than BDO. Yeah, way less RNG. There is one substantial gamble we're gonna have to do though, which is the trait reroll. The trait upgrading is not going to be that bad, but the actual trait reroll. Okay, so first of all, since I have this junk trait, let me just throw in these gloves with melee endurance. You're not going to sell, so we'll just chuck those for blessing. What I'm going to have to do here is, oh, these are not good odds. So we're going to have to reroll this, and we want to hit either melee evasion, range evasion, or attack speed. So all in all, I'm looking at what? 60, low 60s? Two out of 3 chance? I mean, that sounds good, but last time I did this, I failed it multiple times. So this is going to be the big gamble. Let me see if... I'm trying to think if there's like another source of blue gloves. I think I've already opened all my bags and everything. I've already run most of my blue contracts. I got a handful of these, but yeah. Glove is also very, very inexpensive to upgrade. So we don't have to worry about this too much. We're going to do the belt next. And for the belt, we're going to have to be a lot more careful about what strategies we use. But for the glove, the traits are very cheap. So if we go and look at like attack speed, for hands. 100 lucent for the purple. And only 10 each for the blues, which is funny that it's that big of a discrepancy. And then I know for a fact that the evasions are going to be 10 for blues on both melee and ranged. But what about the purples? Yeah, okay, 70, not that bad. And then it's the wrong button. Only 60 for range, so pretty cheap. The best strategy here is gonna be to just buy those outright. But first things first. First time have a good feeling? I think Greatsword and Staff is good. I think it's better than people give it credit for. Yeah, I don't know if it's optimal, but it's definitely better than people give it credit for. What's up, buddy? Long time. I didn't see you. I'm glad you're playing Throne and Liberty. What's up, Sonata? Arena neck way better? Arena neck? What are you talking about? I'll let you have attack speed first tap? Are you in charge of the traits? 2/3 a big gamble. I'll take it anytime after BDO's 0.001% of hitting the end item. Yeah, honestly though, Trixari, if I'm being totally honest, I kind of miss the BDO RNG. There's really no equivalent of that in this game where you hit something that's like months of work. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of what the biggest... Probably the biggest gamble that I can do in this game is what I'm about to do with these gloves, which is rerolling the trait. Because the trait that I need is worth 6,000 lucent. Or more. So, like, is there any other gamble? I mean, I guess getting a drop could be... That's, like, the biggest kind of dopamine hit you can get from this game. But then... It's not the same. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the same as, like, gambling. There's arena necklaces now? Since when? Since yesterday? How good are they? We're gonna have to do some arena matches. He didn't know. They didn't put anything in the patch notes. Pretty nice. But I already upgraded this collar. It was so expensive. Whoa! I'm gonna have to redo my Lucent guide. Okay. No, I won't use these. Garbage. Absolute and total garbage. If I put together a leather build, I'll probably use this. Four strength, 80 hit, and 500 health at max. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Like, this is definitely more stats than Collar of Decimation in terms of, like, the overall value of the item. This is definitely better. The Arena Necklace is definitely better. But I can't give up 184 melee evasion. It's just not possible for me to do that. So yeah, I'll be sticking with the Collar. I might make this for a large scale though. If I was doing a leather build, I would definitely use this over Clasp of the Conqueror. But then again, even that comes down to, like, is Clasp necessary for me to hit my exact strength and perception breakpoints? Because if that was the case, then I might still use it. But probably this is better. Probably for most builds, this is better. Mana cost efficiency is kind of a crazy stat for some builds. The wisdom one, I'm guessing people won't use this, right? Like if you wanted that, you would just go for the mana cost efficiency. The dex one, dex crit max health. I feel like strength hit beats dex and crit. I think point for point hit is worth a lot more than crit right now. And I think 50 strength is probably more of a stretch than whatever dex people are aiming for. I don't really think people are aiming for 50 dex usually. Cool. Okay. What are they called? You can't litho them. So extracts only. And, man, they're kind of flooding already, aren't they? No max health either. Ooh, that's, I mean, I guess the item has max health. Okay, there we go. The strength one has max health. Yeah, so the wisdom one is throwing. Okay, so you can get the perception one. This is the one with mana efficiency. Yeah, all right. So these are all... The wisdom one is bad, but the rest of these... Ooh, yeah. No, the wisdom and the dex one are bad. That seals it. That seals it. We definitely go for the hit one. Yeah, so cold strength and cold perception, I think, are the only two that I would even consider. Collision chance is nice. Man, this has got all of it. This has got all of it. Skill damage, health, collision. It's so cheap already, though. Are you guys surprised by how cheap this is already? Were people saving their coins? Did they know this was coming? Am I out of the loop? Like, these bracelets have been in the game since day one, and the traits are twice as expensive. What's going on there? Why is it so cheap already? When they first dropped, some of those traits were 1,500? Yeah, but now they're hella low, right? I guess just too many people did it initially, and now it's... I wonder if it's going to correct back up to like 1,000 or not. Should we buy them all out and relist them? Jimny, welcome back for 5 months. I hope you're doing well. Do you see the TL Twitter post, a tweet saying it's okay to use attacker exploit with vague instructions on how to do the exploit? They weren't vague. They were precise instructions on how to do the exploit. Yeah, we were talking about that at the beginning of the stream. One of the best tweets I've seen in years. I mean, truly. I hope they don't delete it. Okay, boys. I think we got enough people in here. It's time. Also, we need to go PvP after this. Ooh, should I do this right now, or should we go kill some people first? Okay, so I'm going to feed my... Let's go through the whole strategy. I'm going to feed my gauntlets into field generals. Man, you know what, though? All the blue traits are so cheap. I might use Blessing on attack speed. Didn't we? We already looked at attack speed. Even those are only 10 each, right? I think I'm just going to gamble. I think I'm just going to gamble the entire thing. Even when it's less cost efficient to gamble, I think I'm just going to gamble. And just hoard the blessing for T2. Why not? Why not? It's cheap. It's free. Maximus, welcome back for 58 months. How you doing, man? All right. Farewell. Blue gloves. We shall miss thee. there anything else I need to do? I'm thinking like, do we need to junk stack on purple glove? Not really though. We can always just, when it comes time to transfer to T2, if we really want to build more blessing, we can transfer these field general gauntlets into a junk purple and then build that and then transfer that T2 if we really wanted to, even though it would be emotionally difficult. Yeah, I think we're ready to do this, right? Am I forgetting anything, boys? You're gonna stack AK Blessing like people are saying to do? Not right now. I think people who are stacking Blessing right now are jumping the gun a little bit. But come like January, I might do that. Should we upgrade it? I never actually did the math on this. I've been saying I suspect it's less Solent to get it to 7.3 first. But I never actually did the math to see if that was the case. Should we ask ChatGPT to do the math for us?
Did you come to practice your defensive skills?
I have too many spreadsheets open. I was going to just go through and level this up and see and track the solent cost for each. Does anyone happen to know if there's a website that tells you the solent cost for each? Like, do any of the databases have that? There's a sell price. I don't see a cost to upgrade. Only using useless gear to stack since I have tons of powder. Yeah, I think it's a good bet. I guess it doesn't come out to that much difference if you level before or after the transfer. No, in terms of stones, it doesn't make that big of a difference. I do think it might make a big difference in terms of solent, though. That's what I want to figure out. So I'm gonna just, yeah, I'm just gonna record how much it takes, how much solent it takes for each level. All right. Anyone know how much it costs to go from 8 to 9? Because that's the only one I'm not going to be able to check.
Your defensive skills.
It's got to be cheaper to do it this way, right? Yeah, I mean, look at it. It's already up to 13K. It's already 5 times more expensive. Plus, it takes more clicks at these higher levels. Ooh, 29%. I don't actually know if that's enough. I don't know if that's enough, boys. Okay, 37K from 7 to 8. I don't know what 8 to 9 is, though. If anyone's able to check, let me know. Oof! That only gets me to 95%. Well, I guess I could transfer it just to see what the cost is. Even though I would be wasting some stones. I might do that. I might just do that, just so I know what the numbers are. We're gonna get the Universal Band and Belt of Bloodlust with T2 dungeons? Probably not. But I don't think anyone really knows for sure. They're making some weird changes to T2 dungeons that we didn't expect, so. If you use a level 9 blue and the purple is level 6, becomes max out. No, it has to be like 7.3. As we can see here, 29% isn't enough. I think it has to be like 32%. 33%? Yeah, it's actually a little bit more than 7.3. Solent is not the issue, it's the growth stones we use less. Tier 1 gears leveled to 7.5. No, it's not really that big of a difference. It's a way bigger difference in T2. Wasn't exploits? Gear transferring? I don't think gear transferring was ever considered an exploit. It was a way to save resources in Korea, but it was mainly for T2. For T1, it doesn't really matter. It's only like a 5 stone difference. Okay, well, I'm just going to do this and then pay a few extra stones to check what the last level costs, because I want to know.
Come to practice your defensive skills.
All right, my gloves are gone. We're committed. Okay, and then this is 50K for the last level. All right, so later on, I will ask ChatGPT to do the math for me and see how much Solent we save. It works 3 weeks ago. It hasn't changed in the last 3 weeks, Sonata. I'm not sure where you're getting that from. All right. Oh, it's been a long time coming on these. How do they look? Do they look good? Yeah, they look good. These look good. I don't ever really like look at my character in this game for some reason. The fashion doesn't hit me like it did in other games. Okay, so traits. This is the big one, boys. We have a 2 out of 3 chance, which in this game is also known as a 10% chance. I need to hit melee evasion, attack speed, or range evasion. And then we'll use trade unlock stones to do the other ones. I could use trade unlock stones right now, but who cares? I got 700 conversion stones. We're just going to use those. I would much rather save the 50. Also, I can wait until, what, like Tuesday? When do the new dungeons come out? I could wait until Thursday and then just run the new dungeons and get these trades because they'll be a lot cheaper then. But that's too long. That's too long. We can't wait that long. We have to do it now. Dark Boss weapons have T2. Can you upgrade them to 12? You can upgrade them to 12. Yeah, once T2 gear comes out, you'll be able to upgrade Dark Boss weapons to 12. Here we go. First try. Oh, what an easy game. Wow, that went way better. Guys, that went way better than last time. All right. Now we get the next phase of gambling, which is not nearly as high stakes. Guy told you he would give attack speed and he did? That is true. That is true. All right, I bought 10 of these. I'm not gonna use blessing here. All the blessing is just gonna get stacked up for the next tier. These are cheap enough that we don't really care, honestly, if it fails. Okay, I mean I care a little bit. Holy shit, can one of these go through? As I said, you're a lucky guy. You wouldn't say that if you saw the last time I did this.
To practice your defensive skills.
What up, Steph? Yeah, those are way too expensive. Those are way too expensive. Let's keep going with blues. One out of 10. Any day now. Man, my gloves are gonna be really ready for T2 at this rate. Okay, 0 for 20. 0 for 20. Heard you'll need like 6k blessing for full T2 items. Would you recommend bothering with that? Getting your T1 gear juiced up like that? I think it's gonna depend on every single piece. I mean, just like upgrading your gear now, the blessing strategy completely depends on which piece you're upgrading. There's some pieces where stacking blessing is completely mandatory. You'll pay twice as much money if you don't stack blessing. And there's other pieces where it doesn't matter at all. You can just buy the purple extracts and it's super cheap, or you can just gamble the blues and it's super cheap. And you don't really have to worry about blessing. But like if I was upgrading a necklace, for example, or like the belt that we're about to upgrade, it's completely mandatory to use blessing on those pieces. And T2 is going to be the same way. There's going to be some pieces where it's like you're probably going to want thousands of blessing. And then there's going to be other pieces where it's going to be much less important. Damn, bro, that's kind of like 28 fails in a row. I don't know if anyone's counting, but I feel like that's kind of 28 fails in a row. Am I going to buy out this whole market? Mental breakdown, moral about being intelligent in BDOs, one for the history books. Mental breakdown, I got gains on that day. We can all agree that this is bullshit, right? Hey, all right. We're 1 in 37, boys. Let's go. Someone calculate the odds.
Did you come to practice your defensive skills?
Someone calculate the odds of failing on 10% 37 times in a row. We don't use blessing. These are free. These are free. Okay, maybe not that free. So we're 1 in 42 now. Okay. Okay, 1 in 47. 1 in 47. Is this normal? This doesn't feel normal.
Welcome. Practice makes perfect. Can you block this too? Practice.
Okay. Okay. Okay, one more. We're now 2 and 51. Okay. 2 and 50. Or no, we're 2 and 50. Right? Wait, how many have I done? No, I've done 53. I've done 53. 2 were successful. We're 2 and 51. We're 2 and 51. Almost there. Almost there. Easter blessing for T2 is going to be ready? No, that is true. That is true. It probably won't get much cheaper than this to stack blessing for T2, right? I mean, I'm trying to think how that would even work. I guess theoretically in the future we could be buying purple extracts and junk stacking them on a T2 for, what would that be worth? 120 blessing, I'm guessing? Does anyone know? Anyone know how much blessing you get on a T2 when you fail with a T1 purple? I'd have to log into Korea and check. I'm guessing it's 120. In which case, we'd have to be buying purples for less than... You only get 80 for the fail? That's bizarre. You get more from the transfer than you do from the fail? That seems really bizarre. Okay, so then purples would have to be less than 20 in the future to be more efficient than this.
Did you come to practice your defensive skills?
Which is highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. I mean, some purples will be. Some purples will be, but... Yeah, I don't think this is too bad. Okay. 2 and 55. Let's try a different piece. Let's try a different slot. Oh, man. I'm going to be honest. It hurts spending trade stones on these, knowing that the dungeons are about to come out. But I have to do it. I have to do it. There's melee evasion and there's range evasion. All right, it's done. It's done. Oh, that was the painful part, boys. That's over, though. All right, I have a bunch of ranged evasion gloves already from doing abyssals. We'll just start chucking those. Okay, okay. I'm now 2 out of 60. Now 2 out of 60. I think I had some of these that I was selling that expired as well, so I might as well pull those down and use them. Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm only going to get 7 if they sell anyways. Damn. Is that your first drop you got from boss gear? No, I got fed this by my guild. Cursed? This is the most cursed item I've ever seen. This is the most cursed item I've ever seen. That's, what, 2 successes and 67 fails now? Okay. One of them went through, you guys. 3 successes, 71 fails. I think. I don't know. I'm kind of losing count. Man. Did they break something in the patch? This is what happened to you with Shadow Harvester gloves? Hey, man, I've been watching your guides. Thank you for all the help. Only hit 50 a few days ago. Game's fun. No problem, man. I'm glad you're liking the videos. Running well below 10% success rate. Am I not going to use the blessings? No, it's not worth it. We could, if I was really sweating about this, I could just spend 60 loose in a pop and level these up. They'd be done by now. All of this blessing is going to be useful a couple months from now when we go to T2. Just buy purple at this point and save the blessing for T2. But we've only got 4K. We could use more than 4K. Isn't it sort of a good thing if you're prepping for T2? Probably. The thing is, I suspect that by the time T2 comes around, you will actually be able to junk stack on gloves for even cheaper than this. You'll be able to get, like, gloves with... purple gloves with, you know, melee endurance or something. And junk stack them. And it'll be more efficient, but... maybe not. Maybe they never go that low. Video taught us that Korean disclosed percents are not real. This is just a confirmation of that. Usually when I do this, it's about 1 in 10. Currently, we're at like 3 out of 70 something. I don't even know anymore. I lost track. You're counting 3 out of 78. Okay, perfect. I'm glad someone's counting. Someone explain more about tiers. Purple, we got Bis is T1. Should I go and level up max or should I stay at level 6? You should definitely level your stuff all the way to max, but you want to make sure you're transferring blues into your purples before you max them out. You want to get a level 9 blue with a bunch of traits on it and transfer that into your purple for a variety of reasons. Why don't you use the blessings? Because the savings isn't significant enough. It's a irrelevant amount of money. We'll make all this back in a day. And we'll have a bunch of blessing for the future. I just like complaining. Don't we all like complaining? If I learned anything from putting up that Lucent guide, man, I thought I liked complaining. People... nope, not helmets. That was a close one. People on Reddit and YouTube really like complaining. I mean, holy dude, those comments. I've been playing since launch. I sold every item in my inventory and I only have 237 Lucent. It's like that's
Don't forget to practice.
that's a skill issue. That can only be described as a skill issue. I don't care what server you're playing on. Oh, okay. We're 4 out of 88. I did that and the purples are level 6 now. Okay, yeah, if you already transferred into the purples, blue to purple, and they're level 6 now, yeah, go ahead and level those up to 9. You definitely want to level those up to 9. At what point do you stop the gamba? Spent more than outright buying the purple extract? Yeah, we're not doing this to save money. We're doing this because it's cheap blessing. Like I said, there's a chance that we could build blessing cheaper than this in like January or February. But it's not going to be a big enough difference to really matter. If I end up building 8k blessing here here, let's see. How much would it cost? Yeah, so if I go like all the way to 8,000 blessing and I spend 2k loosened, and then at some point in the future I could have done it for like 1,500 loosened, does it really matter? I mean, we're like, if I knew for a fact that it would be cheaper in the future, then I'd probably hold off. But I don't know. Maybe it'll be cheaper, maybe it won't, you know? We might as well take advantage of this while we can. What's the Tevin bow price in your server? I don't know. We'll have to check later. I'm distracted. I'm busy. I'm engaged in an activity right now.
Welcome.
It's well known anyone spends all their time on social media as a complainer. Yeah, but just the YouTube videos, like, I don't know. YouTube has normal people, right? Like Reddit, maybe not, but YouTube has normal people on it. And every single comment on the video was like, "He's lying. You can't make money in this game. This game's impossible. Market's dead." Like, jeez. Who rated us? My alerts are broken.
Did you come to practice your defensive skills?
Phil Game Zone. How you doing, man? Hope your day's going well. I gotta figure out why Stream Elements is trolling me real quick. Dude, what the... Okay, there we go. We're back. Someone has already done the math. As long as you transfer a level 9 T1 purple into T2 at level 7, like blue to purple, you need the transferred purple to have 5460 blessing to guarantee it. Well, it all depends, though. It depends on... It depends on a lot of factors, frankly. Like, just because you can get 8k blessing on something doesn't mean that blessing is actually going to be the best strat for all 3 trade lines. Phil, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the Tinfoil Brigades. Yeah, at some point when T2 gets closer, I'll probably go on KR and check all the numbers. But so what are we saying? Are we saying that transferring from T1 to T2 purple is like how much per trait do you get? Because it sounds like they're saying you get maybe 240. Let me see. Verifying that I can trade up a junk blue and then dump the XP from current blue into it before transferring to purple. That I can trade up a junk blue and then dump the XP from current blue into it before transferring purple. Yeah, as long as you only trade up the blue and you don't, like your junk blue, you want to trade it up, but you don't want to max it out. You don't want to level it up. You can max it out on trades.
Love ya.
13 clicks to recover. Summer, welcome back for 48 months. Congrats on the new badge. 4 successes with 87 fails. 13 clicks to recover. Yeah, I might bail actually at 100 attempts. I probably will only do 13 more and then just buy the purples. It's getting a little ridiculous now. I don't even think I'm going to be able to use all this blessing when T2 comes out. I only buy one at a time. Got a few times to just level up the trait using a 10 Lucent Blue. Well, we've done 88 attempts. So that would take a long time. Doing it one at a time would take a hot second, I believe, is what people are calling it these days. Make sure I'm buying the right thing.
Did you come to practice your defensive skills?
All right, some of the other ones didn't go through, so let's see. Okay, 8 more. Oh, so easy. Look, 2 in a row. I'm so lucky. Wait, I already had a bunch in my inventory? Did I forget to, Did I forget to use them? Did I buy them twice in a row? Okay, so that was, we're up to what, 94 now? 95? We could still break even. Okay, I think that's 99 overall. I bought too many. I have bought too many. Only need 4K blessing, or is it different for T2 gear? You definitely need more than 4K if you want to max it out. But again, like, I don't want you guys getting the idea from this that you have to have max blessing for your T2s. There are going to be very many scenarios where you will not need any blessing at all. Especially on armor, especially on gloves. Which Abyss dungeons do you usually farm? The ones that drop whatever gear you need? No, I don't ever farm based on what I need. I think that's one of the fundamental mistakes that people make in games that have a marketplace. You always farm what makes you the most money, and then you buy the gear. You never farm the gear directly. I farm wherever I have blue contracts, and then when I don't have blue contracts, I go to Temple of Silivith and I farm Belt of Combat Prowess, which probably won't last that much longer, but it was really good for a while.
Did you come to practice your defensive skills?
Not everybody plays a lot. I think it's true the game is kind of stingy when it comes to Lucent, especially after Dimensional Coin destroyed the market prices. I just can't agree. Yeah, I mean, if you aren't playing the game and then you're complaining that it's hard to make money, I don't know what possible response to give to something like that, right? Like, yes, you do have to play the game in order to make money. The game will not, you can't just log in once a week and be like, oh, I'm rich.
Did you come to practice your defensive skills?
The blessing you need per trade is doubled. Thus, you need to fail stack. It's currently suggested to get an easily farmable in open worlds for each slot, fail stack over the next months. I think it's worth doing that if the pieces are not going to sell anyways. But yeah, definitely wouldn't buy pieces for that purpose. 'Cause I think it's worth doing that if the pieces are not going to sell anyways. But yeah, definitely wouldn't buy pieces for that purpose. Yeah, definitely wouldn't buy pieces for that purpose. or even save pieces for that purpose. I think anything that can sell at this point should probably still be sold. Thanks for the guide. Saved me big lucent. I'm looking to level the trait on the gear purple cost versus 13 buys. You're doing 13 to 1. I usually do 6 to 1. Let's go. We're back. 6 success, 99 fails. Wait, is it 6 out of 99 or is it 6 and 99? So we're at 105 attempts total. Do you reroll the trait if you max so you can keep false stacking blessing? No. No, we're definitely not rerolling any traits on this. This is a very expensive. These are like the most expensive gloves in the game right now. We do not want to reroll the traits. The traits are set in stone. These are the actual traits I want. These are not junk traits. They just happen to be dirt cheap because gloves is a cheap piece. Can you use T1 Epic trait to enhance T2 Epic? Yeah, it works just like using blue on purple. So your T1 traits will be a 10% chance on T2. But apparently they give 80 blessing instead of 40. I don't know if that's correct or if someone was just guessing. If they only give 80, that's frankly bizarre. I guess there's still the chance that they go through, but I'm just thinking of that, like comparing it to using a purple to purple transfer where you get 120. Wouldn't you just like always purple to purple? Unless you were feeling lucky. Because 90% of the time it's going to be worth 80, and then 10% of the time, well, I guess it depends on how expensive the T2s are. Does it though? I don't know. I don't have enough brain power today. But 80 seems like a bit of a scam. Will World Boss accessories be available in 2-star dungeons? No one knows. But I would think that they will not. Do you have any Arc Boss gear? No. Are the new dungeons only dropping armor and accessories? We think it's just armor, but I don't think anything's been confirmed. Weapons are still difficult to attain. Yeah, the weapons will definitely not be in the new dungeons. The field boss weapons never ever show up in dungeons and KR. There's dungeon weapons and then there's field boss weapons, and they don't cross over. When are T2 dungeons dropping? Thursday. All right, well, this is going to really clog my market listings. I can't believe I let myself get distracted. Minus, what, 60? Minus 60? That's a big minus 60 right there, boys. Technically, after taxes, that's only going to be like a minus 18, but still. Embarrassing.
Did you come to practice your defensive skills?
Okay, this is it. This is the last 5 that I'm buying. Here we go.
Did you come to practice
Okay.
defensive skills?
This is it. It wasn't it. It was, in fact, not it. Having a full traded Adentis Greatsword is a rarity. Well, if you want to know how valuable Adentis is, you can go in the market and you can type in Adentis, and then it's 28,000 lucent. And so, yeah, it's not going to be common. Because if it was, they wouldn't be worth 28,000 lucent, because that's a crazy amount of lucent. 7 out of 110 total.
Practice your defensive skills.
Well, it could be worse. What's my gear score up to now? Okay. 35, 31. Man, I single-handedly drove the price of attack speed from 10 to 11. I feel kind of proud.
Ah, did you come to practice your defensive skills?
Didn't quite do it for gloves, although... Okay, no, we're not even close. These are not going to resell. Let me only buy one of these. I mean, I could go farm. Like, it's really not hard to farm glove traits. If I just go farm, these are going to drop eventually. Holy, okay, yeah, I mean, I'm in 5k blessing at this point. What's the point? We'll probably just stop there. Let's do the weekly mission. Maybe there's something good in here. Maybe there's some gauntlets of the field general in here. What do you guys think? Alright, here's the big tab. What are these? Oh, dude, I thought that was a bloodlust for a second, but it's 2 silver.
Ah, did you come to practice your defensive skills?
Okay. Butchers and girdle. Let's check the price of those. Got a 1 in 3 chance of getting some money there. Ooh, girdle's worth money. 600? Oh, that's easy. Let's go for that. It's really worth that much? Y'all like this belt? Range defense mana regen, huh? On EU, a dentist is like 12k. Is dentist still valuable in the Korean version? Does it eventually get overshadowed? Well, all the T1 gear gets overshadowed eventually because they made it so you can upgrade T2 gear to level 12. So, I don't know if... I know with the T1 Arc Boss weapons, those go to 12. I don't think the other Field Boss weapons go to 12. I think it's just the Arc Boss weapons. I think the rest of them, you have to actually get a T2 weapon. It's BIS for Dex DPS like Expo Dagger and sometimes Bow Dagger. Only way to get 60 Dex, 60 Precision. Really? I can't imagine using this over Bloodlust on any build. Just for 4 Dex? I don't know about that. I'd have to see the build. There's a clock on a dentist? Well, there's clock on all T1 gear, yeah.
Ah, did you come to practice your defensive skills?
Eventually, it'll all get replaced. Alright, sick. Let me get my girdle. And we get petrification resistance. Alright, well, that's a litho. Yeah, so 90 lucent.
Welcome.
Alright, let me see if I actually have the materials to do this. How do I join Powerful Brain? I think that's a title, not a guild. Is that what you're trying to ask? You want to know how to get the powerful brain title? Because I'm not telling. You have to go solve puzzles in the mana wastes. It won't work unless your brain is powerful. What am I looking for, boys? My brain is on like 600 MS right now. Lithographs. We're doing lithographs, everyone. We're doing lithographs for an accessory, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm gonna need some Emirates. And... ooh. Yeah, gold not looking... gold looking kind of scarce. Gold looking a little scarce. I actually can't afford to do this. Let me see if I can buy some from the guild guy. I finally ran out. All those material boxes we get, boys. I finally ran out. I'm gonna have to start buying these. These are the same ratio, right? Yeah, 5 to 1. Okay. In some cultures, a belt is a weapon. I think in any culture, a belt could act as a weapon. I don't know if that's culturally dependent. What just happened? Why did it suddenly go to 0? This UI baffles me sometimes. Okay, now I need, I kind of need the blue emeralds too. I'm just going to buy 3 of the green ones. Hopefully there's a stack of 3 that I can buy. Emerald. There is not. There is not. Okay, so then I will buy a stack of 2. And then I will make 1. Did I not buy him? What just happened? Chat, what did I just do? Okay, I did buy them. Did I have 0? I thought I had 2 already. I'm tripping. Alright, I'm gonna buy 2 more. I could craft 2? Oh, I thought I had 2. Man, people sell these in giant stacks. Okay, we will craft 1. Girdle of Spectral Skulls. $600. Let's go. I'm rich. Those gloves fried you? No, I've just been sick the last couple days. And also, yeah. Also, the gloves fried me. What did you find was the most effective way to gain precious parchments? There's a bunch of different ways you can get them. None of them are amazing. Just the parchments, most of it is going to come from Abyssal Dungeons. If you're talking about just the parchment by itself. But you could buy some from like the contract coin merchant. I usually don't. I don't think that it's worth it. It just kind of depends on how down bad you are. I use the belt for PvE setup to push Gate of Infinity. Helps me get 50 strength, 60 dex. Wouldn't Bloodlust also help you get 50 strength, 60 dex, since it gives you strength? What's the highest possible damage in one hit you can get with any class right now on global? I don't know. It's probably either a Guillotine Blade or a Focus Firebomb, if I had to guess. Or maybe a Bombardment from Bow. What's the biggest hit you guys have had? Looking for a guild playing heals, SNS Wand? You don't want to be in this guild, bro. I mean, you could apply if you want, but James, there's not one easy way to run contracts for blue parchments and open dungeons. I think Silius and Sorrow are both good for parchments. Yeah, at some point, if anyone actually has tested if the different abyssal dungeons have different drop rates for paper, that would be super good info. Only if you have actual data, though. I don't want to hear anybody's feelings. Been hearing a lot of feelings on the subject. I only want someone who's actually tested it and like written it down. Always buy all your extra contracts from vendors. Use the battle pass points. Buy all purple parchments using your ornate coins. You buy the books with ornate coins. Yeah, definitely buy the purple books with ornate coins. The parchment itself, you can get some from your regular contracts. You get some from Abyssal Grind. There's no amazing sources of it at the moment. You could buy it with, you could buy it in the Star Shop too. You can buy 75 of it for 500 star points. I don't know, dude. This is enough to get like one skill from level 4 to 5. I don't know. I kind of feel like this stuff is more worthwhile. Once you reach 80k Lucent, will you buy an Arc Boss weapon? No. Have you spent any dime on this game? I have not. Highest I had was 12k with Focus Fire. Played bow staff. Oh, you could definitely hit Focus Fire harder than that. Yeah, if you have a high crit builds and high max damage on your staff. Which staff has the most max damage right now? Talus goes up to 163, Void Staff 171. Bellendeer's 174. I can't check, dude. Look. Yeah, so like somebody with a Talus staff doing focus fire bombs. I don't know how many people actually use the Eridus staff. Tubelix goes up to 154. And T2 will purples drop as often as blues do now open world dungeons? No, they'll still be. I mean, they'll drop more than they do now, but they're not going to suddenly drop like blues do. Trading with blues won't be a thing anymore. You'll still use the blues that you loot to trade because they'll be unsellable. So you'll still smash those into your items, but you won't buy blues to trade. No, because the purples will be relatively cheap as well. But I don't think the purples are going to go all the way down to 10 and like flood the way that the blues currently do. I think Guillotine will outperform Focus Firebomb. What's going on tonight? What do you mean? Like in the world or on the stream or... Why would I not want to buy Tevins? Because I prefer having a big number on my screen for people to look at rather than having a Tevins. It's more valuable to me. Any info how bad will be the nerf on bow? You might have to be more specific. I have people asking me about theoretical nerfs, and I never know what they're talking about. I never know if they're talking about a patch that's already happened. I never know if they're talking about a Korea patch. I never know if they're just hearing a rumor. I think Eridus will give the most with 30 bonus damage from passive. Well, I won't swipe because A, I don't have any money, and B, it would destroy the whole purpose of being a free-to-play content creator. I think it's the best time to hop on this game right now. Me and my friends wanted to try it coming from BDO. Yeah, I think it's a really good time to hop on the game. It's a lot easier to gear up now than it was when the game first launched. And it's about to get even easier next week when the next set of dungeons come out. Plus, the next set of dungeons are just really good content. All crit does is make you roll the max base damage. Yeah, so the weapons with higher max base damage are going to have a higher top end for what they can crit for. Isn't Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight tonight? I don't know, is it? Castle Siege? No, Castle Siege is on Sunday. I think they mean the barrier change. I thought we already got the barrier change. Does that still not happen? They've been talking about changing barrier for like a month. Where's best to run resistance contracts? I like Pure Light Tower. I heard you'll need to be 3,500 for T2s. I don't think it's going to require 3,500 like in this sense, like where it says minimum combat power. I don't think this will be 3,500. Will you need 3,500 to actually complete the dungeons? If you're pugging, probably. I'm going to be honest. You probably will. I think a lot of people are going to struggle big time to pug those dungeons. It depends, though. Some of them are easier than others. So apparently in Korea, they release them one at a time. And if that happens, I think the first one is Island of Terror. That one's not too bad. That one's not too bad. You could probably beat Island of Terror with like 2,600 with a group of like 2,800s. When it comes to something like Torture Chamber, though, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see people try to run that shit under geared. I think it's going to be way different if you have like a pre-made group versus if you're pugging it. It's going to be way different. Tyson Paul at 8 p.m. Eastern. Oh, wow, okay. I won't be able to watch. I'll be at a thing. I have a thing tonight. Talos OP for PvP. The quick stun block freeze passive will save you more than you can imagine, and it's loaded with crit. Talos is really good, yeah. If you can get your hands on one, I think it's probably the best option right now, other than Bellendir, obviously. Do you think 2-star dungeons will be viable for mid-game 26 to 2,800 random groups? No. I mean, like I said, maybe Island of Terror. I'm trying to think, like the one they're probably gonna call it something else in NA, but there's a dungeon that's based off of Tublik. So yeah, Tyrant's Isle. Whatever the next version of Tyrant's Isle is called, I think people will be able to pug this one. I think it's gonna take forever, but I think they will be able to pug it because the boss doesn't really hit that hard. Like all you have to do is not get one shot by his meteor. I feel like it's one of the easier fights to learn. Getting to the boss is very tedious though. There's a lot of trash, and if you haven't played in KR and you don't know how to cheese the trash, it takes fucking forever to do this dungeon. It's like 30 minutes of just clearing trash. It's one of the worst trash clearing experiences, maybe the worst trash clearing I've ever seen in any MMO in history. It's so fucking bad. I don't think they're going to change it, unfortunately, so that means that people are going to have to learn the cheese strat. And yeah, if people don't know the cheese strats, then you're going to just be like... It's going to take forever to even just get to the boss to begin with, so it's going to be a hard time. 2,500 is the minimum. We drop a video on those strats. I was going to, but there's like 100 other YouTubers that are doing that right now, so I don't know if it's something that's going to be worthwhile. I mean, people will pick it up pretty quick. Like, so for that dungeon in particular, basically there's merchants that you have to save, and on the current version, you just like walk up to the cage and press F. But on the T2 version, you have to get them like out of combat with the mobs that are around them, and so I think what the devs want you to do is kill the mobs, but frankly, it takes forever to do that. Because they're just, the stats on all the mobs are way too juiced up. And so what people will do is they'll have a tank that will pull all the mobs off of the NPC, and then the NPC will be like, oh, you saved me, and then the tank will just die. And reset the mobs, and then you guys go to the next part. That's usually how it happens. Or the tank will leave the dungeon and rejoin. But I don't know how commonplace that's going to be when the dungeons first come out, because... You know, like if you're just pugging, what are the odds that you have a tank who knows that strat or who watched a video beforehand or anything like that? I don't know. You know, it's going to be interesting, I guess, to see to see how people handle it. Well, and because even if the tank knows what he's doing, any of the party members can mess it up, right? Like if the tank starts pulling those mobs and then the party's like, oh, the tank's pulling this mob, we should go help him. And then they start attacking the mobs, they'll mess it all up as well. So, yeah, I think there's like an 80-90% chance it's going to be just a total shit show. But, you know, you might get lucky and get some people who watched a video beforehand. I just learned about the oil barrels. Anyone know if Bellandir is still BIS in T2? I'm thinking about getting one with my gathered fragments. Probably. I'm trying to think. The other T2 staffs. I'm pretty sure I would have used a Bellandir over any of the other T2s. A lot of us ended up using... There's a T2 staff that makes your frost smokescreen have a bind effect, which when you take the smokescreen add-on that allows you to cast it far away, is really, really strong in large scale. But probably just having Bellandir exploding everyone is still stronger. Yeah, I think it's still the best. I use Umber because of the 15 points. Yeah, for T1, Umber's good. I mean, Bell's definitely better than Umber, though. But I think Bell's better than any of the T2 staffs. I can't really think of anything that's gonna... What I think is gonna win Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight. Is Mike Tyson like 60? How old is Mike Tyson? 58 years. Okay. How can I say this? Not only is Jake Paul going to win, I think Jake Paul is going to really hurt Mike Tyson in a way that spoils the event, and is going to cause a lot of drama and sadness. That's my prediction. Tyson is built different. Unless Tyson has been taking steroids to prepare for this, I don't see how a 58-year-old man... even for Mike Tyson, I don't see how a 58-year-old man steps into the ring with... I mean, how old is Jake? Like 28? I just don't know about that, you guys. I just don't know about that. Because Mike's not, like, inherently that much bigger than Jake, right? How much does Mike Tyson weigh? 220? Okay, how much does Jake Paul weigh? $227. I mean, they're both 228? Okay. So raise your hand if you've ever been punched in the face by a 228-pound man who has trained for years to punch people in the face. Anyone ever done that? Anyone ever done that while being 58 years old? Tyson has been on some crazy shit. He'll F him up. I mean, if they've got Tyson on the right drugs, he could still pull it off. Mike is still buff as hell. Yeah, but Mike's also taken a lot of shots to the head already. Does a kangaroo count? I've been punched in the face, just not by a 220-pound man. My wife's dad sparred with Mike Tyson, and he's got Mike winning. I am confident that Mike Tyson is a better boxer. He's probably at least 3 times better of a boxer than Jake Paul is. He is also 58. He is also 58. And once you're 58, it's really hard to be 28. But I don't know. Maybe if they've got him on the right drugs, maybe, you know. I have a bad feeling about it. Tyson is in better shape at 58 than he was at 38. What's the metric we're using for this? Mike has that dog in him. Tyson wanted to pay the zoo to fight a gorilla. Yeah, I mean, look, he's more psychotic than Jake too, for sure. If they were the same age, it would be no contest, right? It would not even. He could go in there with one hand behind his back and win if they were the same age. But dude, I don't know. Like, I've trained. I've done a little bit of combat sports training, and guys that were really, really good in their 20s that are still training at the age of 60, I can kind of whoop their ass, and I'm not anything special. Like, age does a lot. Mike is one of the most amazing PR teams. Watching him go from earbiter to funny add-on to hangover to where we are now, amazing. His fight is just a PR stunt. You think it's his PR team? I don't know. I saw Tyson on Joe Rogan's podcast. He talked for 3 hours. He seemed like a super cool dude. I don't think you can, like... I don't think you can really like PR your way through a Joe Rogan podcast. Like, if you're, you know, if you're sitting there freewheeling for 3 hours, like people get a pretty good glimpse of what you're like. He seems pretty cool to me. I don't think it's like a stunt or anything. If any 50-year-old can do it, it's Mike. I agree with that. If there is a 58-year-old who can still box, that 58-year-old would be Mike Tyson. I'm just not super convinced that any 58-year-old is qualified to step back into that ring with someone who's in their physical prime, like in terms of age and everything else. Are there any other abilities besides high focus on staff that give movement buff? I heard some people say daggers have a movement buff skill. Daggers have a movement buff passive that will proc whenever you get a kill. It's called Assassin Step. It's really, really good if you're in a group because it works off assists as well. If Mike bites his ear, the whole thing will be worth it. Yeah, it'll be all worth it. Should Mike see when he's on drug? Probably makes him insanely scary. There's no good outcome for Jake. Jake has to lose. He doesn't want to be known as the guy that beat or hurt a 58-year-old man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I know Mike's built different, but his skull's still made out of the same material as everyone else, and that brain he's got has already been jiggled a few times. Like, all it takes is one good hit. Healing from injuries, flexibility, durability, and stamina, all at its best around 20 to 34 years old. Even by the time you're 34, I'd say you're way less what you were at 24. Look at Blades has a buff. A move speed buff? I think it raises, yeah, it raises your base damage. I don't think it raises your move speed. Jake bought a diamond ear cuff that goes over the spot Mike bit. I mean, that's kind of funny. Have they been talking a lot of shit? Are they getting it all hyped up? Have they been yapping at each other? Yo, Jake, man. Jake, man, you don't even know, man. Jake, you haven't been through what I've been through. I'm gonna bite you right through that diamond ear, Jake. I think I might kill him. I think I might kill him. Mike slapped Jake in the show off? Oh, that's so based. Alright, I changed my mind. I'm rooting for Mike now. I mean, I was never rooting for Jake, but I'm now predicting that Mike is the winner. That's what I meant to say. What was I doing? Do we have an event? 10 minutes? I hate this clock. Okay, we have an event in 10 minutes. Let's go do some contracts, I guess. No time for a dungeon. The worst impression ever? That's exactly what he sounds like. Aren't there clauses that Jake has to win? I don't think you're allowed to do that. Are you allowed to have clauses that say who wins? I don't think that's boxing anymore. I think that's like pro wrestling at that point. There's some really good Mike Tyson impressions out there. Have you guys seen Jamie Foxx do Mike Tyson? Mike's a good dude, and he has a great PR team. He seemed like very self-aware and like he'd come a long way when I listened to him on Joe Rogan. He seemed like a dude who was, you know, kind of a psycho growing up, but has since like grown a lot and just mentally like leveled up a lot. And I don't know, he seemed like he was in a pretty good place. Farm in Cursed Wasteland and you keep eating Eldritch Iceband? Well, at least half of them have valuable traits. I think smoking weed did him right. I think he's done stronger things than weed. I'm pretty sure it was mushrooms. Didn't he talk about that on the podcast? I can't remember. I think my man definitely did some ayahuasca or something. DMT? Yeah, that'll do it. That'll also do it. Kind of the same thing. For sure he did talk about it. Yeah, I feel like I remember that. All of Jig's fights have some dodgy stuff. Are the contracts hidden? Is that why we're all speculating? Nobody knows. Didn't Mike take a handful of mushrooms on the podcast? Oh. Well, what's a handful? I mean, he probably needs 2 handfuls to really get going, you know? Someone of his size. TMT goes well with Caesar salads. Okay, I haven't tried that. Two-minute rounds instead of 3 and 14-ounce gloves compared to 10-ounce. So the bigger gloves, I don't know. I have mixed thoughts about the bigger gloves. What do you guys think? Like, it's more protection for your hands, right? Like, it's not like, I almost feel like it makes getting hit worse. Because, like, if you try to hit someone with your bare hands, you're kind of limited on how much damage you can really do before you just, like, fuck your hand up. So, I mean, I feel like the gloves are just there to protect the hands more than they are to, like, protect the person getting hit. He wants bigger gloves so he can tire him out? Interesting. Are you getting more space between your face and the knuckles? Yeah, but you're still taking that impact. Like, you're still getting, you know, your head's still getting moving around, your neck's still getting tweaked. I mean, if I hit you with a pillow the size of a semi-truck, like, even though it's a pillow, yeah. If it spins your neck in the right way, you're going to sleep. So how many rounds are they doing? They're doing 2 minutes instead of 3? If you wanted him to tire him out, wouldn't 3 be better?
You're pretty tough, you
I'll be right back. What's the question about all this? Why are they trying to put a young Mike Tyson back in the world? What, like, why are they trying to make him go crazy again? I mean, it's YouTube boxing, right? Like, it's all about spectacle. It's hard to think of a bigger spectacle than Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. I mean, you got to think from just like a pure clickbait standpoint, like what other matchup could there be that would top that one? It's like multi-generational. It's kind of like weird. There's lots of hate, especially for Jake. Like, Mike Tyson's already controversial in his own way. I mean, yeah, content-wise, like what other matchup, regardless of if it's going to be a good fight or not, just to get people to click, like what two names could you throw up there that would get more clicks than that? Like, remember when people were talking about Elon and Zuck? I don't even think that would get as many hits. Also, Zuck is like 100 pounds lighter than Elon, so I don't think it'd be a very good fight. You think 389 collision resist plus whatever you get from shield is enough? Should I get 190 more from cape? Well, what else would you be giving up to get that?
Kratos bid when?
Success. I think about it sometimes. The beard is just kind of like, I don't know, it gets itchy, you know? I don't like when it gets itchy. It's a lot of work. Let me see if we have a boonstone today. After this event, I think I'm going to upgrade the Belt of Bloodlusts. That's going to be a lot more involved than the gloves were. Ooh, we do have a war. Oh, we're fighting hyperextended? That's gonna be fun.
Quick and go back to Benelux. But it's not going as well as I expected.
You're already doing fine. Have patience. What will happen will happen.
Thank you for the advice. He always says the same thing.
Wonder if I'm gonna feel this extra attack speed. I rarely see you hydrate on stream. Really? I feel like I drink a lot on stream of water. Sometimes I drink caffeine. Beard oil solves the itch? Not for me. Moving away from SNS Greatsword is melee evasion and going endurance. Goodbye, evasion and liberty. I think you're gonna miss it. No, as SNS Greatsword, you'll probably be fine.
Forget. We're only doing this to
You'll probably be fine. If some melee player wants to waste all his stuns on you, then so be it, right?
all you care about is the residue from the purification. Don't concern yourself with it, you amateur.
Like this guy. Can't do anything. What is the Precious Purification Stone? The Precious Purification Stone is used to remove CC once every 2 minutes. It's very, very good. Pretty much mandatory in PvP. Just got a water purifier jug. Didn't think it would do much. Holy shit, I was wrong. Were you drinking nasty water before? Isn't Blessed Templar Biz for tank anyways? Yeah, I think there's a really good tank cloak that already has collision resist just as a bonus, right? Even if... I think it's good even if you don't even consider it. I've maxed out a Forsaken. I kind of don't want to switch to Blessed.
You lure the adventurers to the mutant test subject.
Let me look. Let me look.
The mutant test subject will turn them into destroyers.
Max health damage reduction. And then the other one is...
Before they see you.
collision resist damage reduction. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like the Forsaken's better. How does it feel, though, right now with 390 collision resist? Is that with or without your passive? You feel like you're still getting tornadoed a lot? I mean, how often are other tanks shoving you? Is that really like a big problem? Basically the same stone from the Deathly Hallows. Just regular tap water, which I haven't really had a problem with. Oh, I haven't messed with tap water in a long time, dude. I'm terrified of tap water. There's a bunch of like nonprofits that do studies of municipal tap waters, and they're pretty bad. Most of the time, it's pretty not good. Yeah, I mean the fluoride is one thing, but that's not even like the tip of the iceberg. There's so much weird stuff in municipal water. There's like birth control and arsenic, and you can see there's websites that'll show you like the recommended, like what the EPA recommends, and then what your water has, and it'll be like 100 times higher than the recommendation. You're like, that doesn't seem good. And then there's some things where the EPA like doesn't even have a recommendation or doesn't regulate it, and so it can just be as high as they want. And it's like chemicals that you're not going to want to ingest. Yeah, tap water. Tap water's a no-go for me.
I was sent from Vanilla.
Yeah, NA tap water, exactly.
From the undead to make purification sites.
Is it not worth to go over?
A new way to purify
Is it not worth to go for that over melee evasion endurance?
undead. We
No.
reward people who help us collect chaos fragments.
Well, and how would you? Like, usually there's no trade-off between those two. But no, I would never bother building stun resist.
The undead from this place filled with this central
Stack collision resist because you're getting NATO'd, and it's the only way you die as a tank. Yeah, it's either a NATO or a prone, right? So either way, I guess it would be collision. You're not worrying that much about getting pushed or hooked. Where to farm purple sets? Where to farm purple sets? Every piece is going to have a different spot that you get it from. You can go into this crafting window by pressing the comma. And then like for Helmet of the Field General, I can click these dots. Then I can go how to acquire and I can see where it drops. For the set, the purple sets, the one that like are actually a 2 or 4 piece set. 3 of those pieces will come from a field boss only, and the other 2 will come from Abyssal Dungeons or a... Bro, I'm trying to mine. He wouldn't let me mine. I want this moonstone. It's an immaculate one. Idiot. Don't attack me while I'm mining. That's so rude, dude. That's so rude. You got some hella clean tap water? In Germany? Must be nice. Our tap water is actively being poisoned by the government while they tell us that it's healthy. Like, without exaggeration, that's the situation. Michigan water? Yeah, some places in NA you can light your water on fire. So, that's... I assume that's not good. I mean, I'm not a scientist, but... I think flammable water is probably suboptimal. Can someone else hit this person? There's 15 blue on my screen. Why is he still alive? Okay, we got him. One of the staff users finally decided to press a button. Thanks, guys. Historically, I've been doing water bottles, but I got freaked out by the microplastic shit. Yes, success. That's... You're following the same track that I was on. I learned about tap water, and I was like, oh my goodness. I'm going to start getting those 5-gallon plastic jugs. And they all say BPA free on them, right? And so you're like, oh, okay, so this isn't going to kill me. But then you find out that BPA is like only one of the many problems that those plastic containers can have. And all the other ones aren't regulated. So yeah, you're probably just poisoning yourself anyways. And yeah, those microplastics, they'll disrupt your hormones. Once they're in your body, they never go away. Your immune system doesn't know what they are, doesn't get rid of them. They just kind of slowly kill you. So, yeah, I think the only way to go is to get, like, a decent water filter. And they're not that expensive. Like, getting a good filter is not that expensive, but you do have to actually, like, maintain it. Tap water is totally fine here if you're worried about tap water. You'd be on one of those hardcore organic diets or something, or you'd be getting far worse elsewhere. If you're worried about tap water, you'd be on one of those hardcore organic diets or something. I'm not sure what that means. Is there a specific set for every class? I switched from initially from Dagger Expo to Longbow Dagger. It depends. I mean, some... They're very expensive pieces to get, generally speaking, so some builds don't use them at all. But usually for staff or bow players, you're going to be looking at getting the Shadow Harvester set, the crit damage set. Man, that was aggressive. Usually they scatter a little bit. These guys are organized. The Field General set is more for like melee. Shot Commanders more for tanks. But pretty much any DPS can use the Shadow Harvester set. And then there's Phantom Wolf, which is bonus damage. I don't think it's really that good, but some of the pieces have really good stats on them. So they can work well in some builds. For crossbow, bonus damage is a really valuable stat. For everyone else, it's kind of meh. For all the other DPS, Shadow Harvester is probably better. But like I said, a lot of it comes down to budget. A lot of it comes down to price. These armors will be easier to get next week. Next Thursday when the new dungeons come out. They'll be a lot easier to get. Oh! That was a heavy. I didn't think he had me. Didn't think he had me there. That's not how water works. What, lighting it on fire? That's how it works out here. Bottled water is even worse. See what Nestle's doing? Yeah, bottled water, especially like if it's room temperature or higher. Like if you leave a bottle of water in your car, and then it gets hot in your car, and then you drink that water. Oh, brother, don't drink that water. It's really bad. Like you guys should look into the literature on some of this stuff. It's really, really bad. It sounds like one of those hipster organic things, but it will actually, like, it is actually forever poisoning you. It's not good. The plastic, the warm water leaches more plastic out of the bottle, and once that shit's in your body, it's not getting out. You've seen the truth, the Ruthless YouTube video, 3 broken things that need to be fixed ASAP. No. Turns out evasion is broken. Oh, here we go. Okay, what's the argument on evasion being broken? You live near a military base, I feel sorry for you. What's the supposed benefit of the additives the government is putting into the tap water? They must think it has an upside. Well, fluoride is supposed to clean your teeth. Which, I mean, I guess it kind of does, but I don't know why we need to swallow it. Like, just brush your fucking teeth. And also, like, I didn't ask to be medicated, right? Like, why is the government deciding that they're going to medicate me? I didn't consent to that. That's not, like, I don't know. I think it's psychotic. I can't believe it's not a bigger issue. I think people are starting to, like, wake up to it. And be like, yo, why is the government allowed to just choose which chemicals they add to our water? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But, yeah, I guess that's the logic, that it cleans your teeth. It really, like, has a minimal impact, though. They've never been able to do any studies showing that people who drink fluoride water have better outcomes than people who don't. So, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It definitely gets my conspiracy brain going. Because I feel like it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Did you something with your clicking? It's hard to press on the enemy. I usually just use tab. Well, I have it on my mouse, so I'm not actually pressing tab. I'm pressing my mouse button. But I moved my cursor up a little bit, or down, compared to my character. So that I can click people a little bit easier. But I haven't messed around with it too much. It is pretty hard to click people in this game. You have to click, like, center of mass. Can't click their nameplate. But a lot of the times I'm using tab. Depends. Plastics are horrible. They've tested newborn babies. And dead people who have microplastics. Shit's crazy. Will always be hopeless in 1v1 PvP as a support build? No, support builds are actually really strong in 1v1 because you can't kill them. They just keep healing. 1v1 doesn't really exist though, so I wouldn't sweat 1v1 too much. You're almost never going to be fighting 1v1. Unless you're like going to an event like this and you're only sticking to the very edges, then you'll find like 1s and 2s, but there's not really any 1v1 objectives in this game. Like, this guy's gonna 1v1 me. Come on, Boz. Okay, never mind. Oh, wait, he's a gearlit? Oh, and he's AFK? Oh, now I can definitely beat him. I saw that he was shield wand, and I was like, oh, just kidding, he wins. But, yeah, as long as he's AFK, I can totally beat him. Oh. Oh. Get wrecked. Absolutely outplayed. About a filter that goes on top of a cooler and in place of the big jugs. Like a Brita? You describing a Brita? If you're worried about tap water, you must be extremely picky about foods in general because they will be far worse. Yeah, see, this is what I don't get. Why people want to downplay the issues with our water. What is causing you to say something like that? What is causing you to say that the water is not nearly as bad as the food? Like, what are you basing that off of? I mean, some of the food's pretty toxic too, but just using that to write off the water problem seems like an odd course of logic to me. Following, build and following has 2-piece Shadow Harvester and 2-piece Phantom Wolf for Expo Dagger. Yeah, that's probably the way to go for Expo Dagger. Again, though, it's going to be expensive. It's going to be a while before you can actually get all that stuff together. I think it's best to wait for November 21. Do they have separate Dimension tokens? They have said that the tokens are going to be separate, so I don't think there's any reason to hoard tokens anymore. I would start hoarding your trade extraction stones and probably try to get like at least 100 enchanted ink in case you get lucky and you want to litho some stuff. Like my normal 2-to-1 ratio for trade extraction stones, I'm pretty much setting that aside for the next week. I'm probably only going to sell stuff that's like 5-to-1 or better. Maybe even 10-to-1 because I want to make sure that I have enough stones to extract if I get drops from the new gear. Well, not new gear, but you know what I mean. New source of the gear. I just missed everything.
Keep on going.
Try and use the vengeful spirit.
Maybe I can kill the other guy.
Gain enough strength to collect even more chaos fragments.
Eldra, we shouldn't use impure objects such as vengeful spirit force.
Oh, maybe.
Chaos fragments is paramount. It's as simple as following my instructions.
No, he saved him. I hate that I can't evade that push. It's so stupid. Had a hard time with range magic. My survivability was low. It got way better with melee magic. It's currently melee evasion is only 1500. Yeah, that'll feel even better once you get it up to like 1700. Are people actually hooking you, Luna? I know I was muted a second ago, but are people actually hooking you as a tank? Here for a good time, not a long time. I'm not living my life. Scared of a bottle of water. Okay. Horvika, thanks for the sub.
Hey at Morrowland. Smiley face.
Jix, you don't care about your testosterone levels? You're okay with being 40% less testosterone than your parents were? Well, than your dad was? We put it on salts? Oh, iodine? Well, you need iodine. Kind of. We put, so I always mix these up. We put iodide on salt, right? I don't think we put iodine in salt. I think iodine is the one that's naturally occurring. And you need that or else your thyroid will fail. You have to have it. But it will mess up other parts of your body if it like gets to the wrong place. So it's kind of tricky. But supplementing iodine does totally make sense because a lot of people who are on the standard American diet would be iodine deficient if we didn't add it into your salts. That actually is an unfortunate fact. So I don't think I'm against them supplementing iodine. Fluoride, on the other hand, also it says on the thing, like it says on the salt that they're putting that in there. There's no, my tap water doesn't come with any warning saying that it's being medicated. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It feels weird to me. Like living in the US would get most people's conspiracy brains going. Yeah, it's some of this stuff is so egregious that like it's hard to chalk it up to just mere incompetence. You get to the point where you're like, does somebody just like want us to be sick? It really does feel like it's on purpose sometimes. Because it's just so over the top. Can I ask a question about Siege, since I know you played a bit in Korea? The gate levers that are used to open the gate's doors, are they one-time use? Can they be used again? I think they can be used... I think they can be opened or closed more than once, but we never used them. So... we always just kept them closed, and if anyone opened them, we kicked them from the guilds. So that was my only interaction. Fluoride prevents tooth decay. Does it though? Does it though? And do you need to swallow it for it to have that effect? And also, does it though? Because a lot of these things we say it over and over again, and we act like that makes it true. But where's the actual science? Where's the science that shows that drinking fluoride, not brushing with fluoride, but drinking fluoride prevents tooth decay? And if we're so worried about tooth decay, why don't we regulate our food? We act like tooth decay just happens out of nowhere. Like, you cause tooth decay by eating like a little kid. The word on the street is they add it because most don't do a good job of taking care of themselves. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Something ain't adding up. I mean, if that's the case, why don't they put vitamin D in the water? Like, I don't know. Like, where does it end? Most Americans are vitamin D deficient. You can have minimum hits, but if you push crit hit chance as much as possible, even if you have max evasion, you can possible stack. If the supposed hit meant to be critical, you will get hit anyways. I'd have to see the proof. That sounds made up to me, if I'm being honest. How would you know whether or not the hit is meant to be critical? So someone did a bunch of tests with the same amount of hit with very high crit and very low crit, and then they wrote down all the results? Because that's what we would have to look at in order to prove something like that.
Excellent work fighting the terrifying fiends and collecting chaos fragments, everyone.
Man, this was a Zergy Dominion. Usually I can just kind of like run around picking people off, but it was like all groups of 10 this time.
Will be given to the guild that brings more chaos fragments.
What gear should I start thinking about PvP? Oh, what gear level?
The pure light tower,
I mean, you can try it at any time.
the providence of nature.
Even if you're under geared, people don't usually protect against all 3 damage types, so you'll be able to kill some people.
Collected today will become
In hindsight, microplastic will be the lead asbestos of this generation. Maybe. I don't know. I think we're entering an age where no one is held accountable for any of these disasters. So, like, with lead and asbestos, how many years did it take for that stuff to come forward? Maybe RFK will save us, you guys. Maybe our new director of Health and Human Services will save us. I don't know how much power he actually has in that position. What's the best in slot SNS weapon now? Probably Nirma. Did a 5-man field boss Juno was absolutely insane. How long did it take you guys? Got a band of universal power this last weekly. Well, congratulations. Must be nice. What trait did it have? What's a good source for builds? Questlog has kind of, I think, the most like fleshed out character builder of any website right now. Are the same dungeons with harder scaling or new dungeons? No, they're new dungeons. There's some similarities. Some of them use like similar maps and similar bosses, but there will be new mechanics. At 2767 gear score at the moment, I don't feel strong. I do 120 to 130k damage in 1 full rotation. Is it okay or bad damage? Oh, I don't know. I don't even know how to calculate that. That sounds good. 120k damage in a rotation. What's a rotation? 15 seconds? Seems like a lot. Sometimes random pulls happen in the fight. The pushes are the most annoying, especially arena. Yeah, you just have to push them first. So I'm almost 40. It's too late for me. If you're almost 40, that means you should care even more about your testosterone. That's when it starts plummeting. I don't know, dude. Like, is drinking from plastic so important to you that you want to, like, not be able to get a boner when you're 45? I don't understand. I don't understand why it's not a bigger deal for people. Like, there's a lot of health things where I can be like, I'll be fine. But when you start talking about hormones and testosterone, I'm like, oh, fuck. I need to pay attention. I stopped drinking bottled water a few years ago and saw a pretty quick increase in my energy levels. Gotta have those iodine tablets on hand in case the end of the world happens. Well, I mean, there's a lot of iodine just naturally occurring if your salt is natural salt that hasn't been, like, hyper processed. But yeah, if you're buying like that bleached white salt from Vaughn's, then they're gonna have to add iodine in it. I work in the industry, at least here near I'm in. Water we produce is nationally recognized. We've won awards. The testing is very stringent. I'm not saying a filter is a bad idea. It just depends on your local treatment, I guess. You talking about the tap water industry or the bottled water industry? Just go carnivore, no tooth decay. Also true. Yep, also true. I mean, if you just go low carb in general, you won't have any teeth problems at all. It's all from sugar. It's all from carbohydrates. Is it worth saving Abyss currency coins for P2 or better to use to buy items? I don't think that they're going to be putting any new gear in the Abyss boxes, but there's no way of knowing for sure. A lot of people use fluoride-free toothpaste as well, so it's definitely not needed. Yeah. Well, and a lot of people just didn't even use toothpaste for a long time. Animals don't use toothpaste. Really makes you think, doesn't it? You put fluoride in your soda to cancel it out? I mean, that's literally the logic that they're using now. Oh, okay, so people are living off of French fries and candy bars. If we just load the water supply with fluoride, a little bit of that will brush against their teeth on the way to being digested and poisoning their brain. Therefore, good outcome? Question mark. What's a good source for builds and gear? Usually people are using questlog.gg or just looking it up on YouTube. Clogs the third eye. If it's an American conspiracy to poison the water, why do most other industrialized countries do it as well? I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's not American. Maybe it's worldwide. Maybe there's a global fluoride coven of Illuminati fluoride Illuminatis. I've seen the new accessories on the arena vendor. How good are they? They're pretty good. They are pretty good. If I was running a leather builds, if I was running a magic range defense build, I would definitely use one. But for melee evasion, I need the color of decimation. But yeah, if I was running the if I was running range and magic evasion, I would definitely use those arena necklaces. They're really well statted. Wouldn't say not to be worried about the water, but if you're worried about it, it opens up a whole can of worms for the rest of your diet. Oh, no, I'm definitely one of those people who's paranoid about all of this stuff. Yeah, not just water. Well, I've experienced it firsthand. That's the thing. Like, I've had a bunch of undiagnosable medical issues throughout my life, and when I change my diet, like 99% of them go away. And even though I've been to doctors a million times and none of them ever suggested diet as a result or as a treatment. So that's made me very suspicious of the whole system. What is the best way to make use of my dimensional soul shards? I talk about this a little bit in the Lucent video, but the most straightforward thing that you can do is you can turn them into these boxes here. You turn them into dimensional essence first, and then you can spend 1 for a ring, or you can spend 2 for these pieces of gear right here. This can be a good way of making money. You can also use them for trade unlock stones. You go over here, these bundles, 1 of each shard for 3 trade unlock stones. Or you can use dimensional essence to craft your dungeon purple. If you still need this. So, those are all good options. I think 3,200 gear score is enough to compete in PvP at a decent level. Yeah, that's fine. 3,200 is fine. I mean, more is better, but yeah, there's a lot you can do with 3,200. Especially if you're a staff wand or an SNS greatsword. You just walk around in greens and kill people. Referring to the iodine tabs that you need to protect from nuclear fallout? Oh, well, if nuclear war happens, then I think we're going to have some health issues, regardless of our supplementation. 2 Expo daggers. Alright, if we lose this, we are the worst arena team in the history of solo queue. No tooth decay with dentures. Biggest spam ever created was the food pyramid. The food pyramid is hilarious, dude. It's literally a pyramid of which lobbies have the most influence in Congress. It's like a visual representation of which food companies pay the most money to your congressman. This is not going well. Animals rarely live to 80 plus. So you think people are experiencing tooth decay when they're 80? You think that's the general trajectory for that? Animals don't brush their teeth. That's why my 18-year-old cat just had to get 12 teeth. No, your cat had to get their teeth pulled because you feed your cat synthetic food. If you just fed your cat what your cat ate in the wilds, then after 18 years, their teeth would be fine. You guys think wild animals just have their teeth falling out? Like, how would that make any evolutionary sense? They would die. They would go extinct. The only animals that would be able to survive would be the ones that had strong teeth. Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. Man, we might actually lose this. I feel like smokescreen doesn't work. You inject small amounts of fluoride to build up immunity. Well, luckily you don't have to do that because you're already drinking it. I mean, we're all kind of injecting small amounts of fluoride, aren't we? All right, maybe if we all go together. Okay, nope, this guy's already in there. What a slog. The WHO controls fluoride? There we go. Just had to fake him out a little bit. We're spending a lot of effort on this tank, and it doesn't feel like it's panning out. Maxed out your Belt of Bloodlust traits cheaply using the video. Thanks again. I'm about to do that too, Snuff. How much did it end up costing you? Did you keep track? You'll be moved to the battle space. Okay. I'm just trying to press the button. Okay, we have entered the tank. Man, that was rough. Oh, we had... Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. At the end, you only need to drink water to get all macronutrients, vitamins, etc. Approximately 2% of people in Europe receive artificially fluoridated water. What is it in NA? Nuclear war is going to fix the water? And they drink tap water, but it's also one of the better ones. Yeah, I'm sure there's some municipalities that have clean water, especially in like smaller areas, but in the big cities, it's bleak. Quite bleak. Quite polluted and terrifying. God, I hate this map. Had my cat natural meat from a local place that made their organic food. He was healthy as fuck. Oh my god, dude. It's so, like, I do not know how to play this map as a greatsword dagger. I have to stand still to do damage, but anywhere you stand still, you just get shoved. Like, unless the enemy's dumb enough to stand, like, right here. Okay, nope. Can't do it. This is what melee evasion was supposed to help me avoid. Why did they make all these push skills be unavailable? Okay, I finally get a combo and teammate saves him. That's fine. That's fine. Can we push the tank off instead? Why would you push the guy I was about to kill, who was laying down? I think I'm the only one on the team that does any damage whatsoever. Alright. What's the plan here? Are we gonna heal or are we just gonna go? Okay, okay, interesting hook. There we go. Okay, we're on the board. We are on the board. It must just be so satisfying to play an SNS on this map. I was wondering about matches like this. Each team has one SNS and one wand. But these guys have so many shields that we can't even get them below 100% health, and my team is just dead. How does that work? God, healing is so crazy in this game. But only when the other team uses it, never when my team uses it. Alright, here's the comeback. Yes, please push him away from my... Thank you. Thank you for doing that all game. How many alts am I using? I don't have any alts. Well, this is going well. Season 1. Evolutionary benefits only matter during their reproductive periods, but yeah, I agree with your teeth take, just saying. Yeah, but what's a reproductive period for a human? Like 15 to 30 years? So, like, the idea that animals only don't need toothpaste because humans live longer, I don't think that pans out. I release my cat to the wilderness when I need to feed her. I don't see any problems with that. How many melee evasion is good? How many do you have? I have 1,800 something. I would say you need a minimum of 1,600 to really see it do much, but more is better. Why don't use the shield buff in the arena when reviving? Because I don't like it. I like hitting hard. I like removing the enemy shields. Honestly, in these last few matches, I just haven't felt like the shield was the issue. I felt like we just don't do any damage, so that's why I've been taking the attack buff. The shield is kind of OP, though. It depends on the enemy comp. Some of these comps I can kind of ignore, depending on how much hit they have. Yeah, like if I can just bully this bow staff, I can kind of ignore the other two. So I probably don't need the shield because he's really the only one who's a big threat to me. So if I were to die, I would come back, melt him, and then I probably wouldn't have to worry too much about the other guys. Well, one of these guys hurts. Nope, never mind. It's the staff again. Just got field general gauntlets. I don't know if I should sell now and buy them later, or just keep them and start trading. I think if you sell them now, they're almost certain to be like half as expensive in 2 weeks. So I upgraded mine right away because we have a siege coming up, and also my guild expects me to upgrade them right away. But if that wasn't the case, I would have held off. I would have waited for the dungeons and did it when it was cheaper. This guy has his greatsword out. Do you think he knows? He's still really hard to hit. That's the funny part. That was a wallop. That was a 12k hit right there. I knew my fancy new gloves would do something eventually. Come here, boy. Did it really auto-attack him when... That's so stupid. He was out of range from the stun, so it auto-attacked him instead when I pressed the stun button. I hate this game sometimes. Watching everyone get repeatedly shoved off is hilarious. Here, I am gonna take the shield this time. I think we've got enough damage. This isn't a particularly tanky team. Sheesh, that CC chain, dude. 1800 melee evasion. Still CC'd for 2 hours. It's a close one. If we play this last bit smart, we'll be okay. Nice. That should be a win. Yay! Broke the streak. Is it not satisfying to play SNS everywhere? No, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I kind of wish that that's what I've gone. Haven't made use of your stone, just a heads up. Thanks for the advice, dude. Are you a fan of a dentist? I am. Yeah, I just haven't got my hands on one yet. Girlfriend lives right next to the most protected forest in all of Germany with tons of deer, some foxes, and even rumors of a few wolves. She lets her outside, and her female cat hunts 4 to 5 mice every day and brings them to her window. Recently, one of her cats got attacked. So now they're scared to go outside. Yeah, it's a dangerous world out there. Did you play the Korean servers before launching global? I did. Oh, you know what? Shit. We have a war coming up in a minute. I probably don't have time to do this. I'm gonna have to desert. How long are these matches?
He's
Yeah.
British.
Yeah.
What the fuck are we fighting today?
Most British people.
We're fighting hyperextended.
What stone? Oh, Carmine.
Oh, Carmine.
Chromine. Yeah, we're on Chromine.
Can someone invite me to a party? That'd be so nice. Thank you.
Yeah, we're full.
Oh.
Sorry, full.
I feel nice to meet you.
Can you give me
That's not who I meant to target.
This is Jerry's login status.
I think we might need a healer and Syndicate's party.
Is that the
How many
bomber?
people are in your party?
Or
Okay, we made it. Good job.
This is going to be an interesting match. Very low damage on both sides. Oh my god, the backwards precision dash, dude.
Voice 3 for us, You calling, Alec, or am I calling? Okay.
I can't wait to reroll. Staff wand is so crazy, dude. It's so crazy.
Boys should be proud. We killed our first 3 world bosses today. Over in Ashes, stole them from the hands of Envious.
Nice.
They were mauling, they were angry, they all dropped guild. Literally, to avoid the war deck.
Oh wait, they have that game now too?
Yeah, it's open PvP 24/7, bro. It's like you don't even get a chance to breathe.
Alright.
Yeah, you can deck anywhere, anytime.
When we start, when it's like 60 seconds, we're gonna go stand in their ball, inside of them. And we're gonna kill them. And then
I really needed to get the early win here. I need that extra 1 minute
Quancy, could you make me
to get ready for the war. I'm cutting it close here.
I want any one of my tanks after that initial engage. Sid, not quick shift body. Can jump off and cap after the initial engage, not before. Brenton, yeah. Alright, food check, Stellarite check, Guardian check.
Damn, dude. I can't land anything on him.
Make sure you have good Stellarite on. Make sure you have double food on. And if you're a mana fucking bitch, make sure you get mana potions on. Alec, get food on.
Is there enough room?
You can set that up in settings if skill is not usable to not auto. I don't know. That seems like a very bizarre setting, but maybe I will go spend time looking for it later.
Syndicate's party lead.
Yeah, prom if you could join Syndicate.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, there you go.
That's like a very niche setting.
What do I... Syndicate. What's his name now?
Warlock party has room for one.
Okay, well that guy's definitely the weak one.
We'll fix it for next time, Beyblade. Quancy,
Maybe I just let the healer live. I mean, I know we can kill the healer. We just need to actually hit him at the same time. There we go.
Yeah, they have a lot of bombers. That's how I want to start inside them, and I want tanks all popping TP.
That guy's definitely the
If
squishiest.
Bomber Group needs one, then we can give him pure.
Bomber doesn't have a group yet. Wait, are all bombers in the same party? If so, we could just.
He wants the tank. I don't think there's any shot we kill the tank. I don't even think it's worth trying.
Just his, I don't know. It's me, Jerry, and Freeze in our group, and we only have one healer, so I don't know. There are no other groups that have 2 Grazer SNSs or Bloody Boat.
Yeah, we lose.
I don't mind Pure lives a lot. I don't mind putting Pure in.
Rough matches
I don't
today.
know about pure living a lot. I'm more worried about.
Do you have a cold? I do, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, we gotta move.
Ah, we'll fix it next time. With 2 minutes to work.
My friend, you can make special weapons.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
group
you should
Ninja,
go bomber
yeah,
party.
yeah,
Yes, absolutely.
that.
Carmine Forest.
Or just invite Nusha.
This one?
Yeah. Food check, Stellarite.
Oh,
check.
this one. The one with all the pins, probably.
Bot check.
Yeah, it's VODs. Hyper, you're lead of your group. Can you invite,
Alright, just in time, boys. Am I forgetting anything?
Thank you. Good. Alright. And 15 seconds removing. When there's 5
I should be running the max health, the food as well, but I haven't cooked any lately.
No,
Oh, I remember this place.
make sure to get into combat first, yeah? Alright, move over.
Possible that I should turn settings down. We'll see how it
Spread,
feels.
look at our left side. Left side has Namir and a lot of the DPS. Remember, get into single target first. Right side's more thick. Right side's more thick. Let me sleep on both sides. Timer's gonna be now. Fights now. Brawl up here. Brawl
You're
up
too
here.
far away from your target. Oh, okay. But he's right in front of me.
Now look north. Look north. Look north. Look north. Look north. Clean up north. Clean up north. Walk north. Yeah. Start the cap now.
Okay. Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Where we started before. We're other side of the hill. Other side of the hill. Start the
Not
cap.
too
Not
bad.
everyone, not everyone. Just you can go stagger them. All right. Now we just hold cap. Quick parties. So anyone with
Staff 1, SNS 1, and Staff Dagger pretty S tier right now.
9 side, they come 5 side, they come 7 side.
Let's reroll to SNS 1s. I don't think I want to be SNS 1. But
Okay. Just keep eyes on 9. See me
having like a wand on one player and an SNS on another player
we did.
in Arena, I think is the way to go. Having it on one player, I'm not sure about that. Are you defending Boonstone? No, we're attacking. Play Staff 1 in PvE, but couldn't figure out how to play it in PvP. So I made a second setup Bow Dagger for PvP, and now I have some regrets. Yeah, I think in PvP, you just play it like you would play a Staff normally, but you just heal yourself constantly. Instead of using, like, the Dagger stealth.
A lot of them on 9. At least 12. Yeah.
They're safe zone.
Yeah, they're safe zone right now. Just spread. Stay spread. Look, they just slapped. They might be coming in now. Look, they're coming in. Just leave them as they come in. Yeah, just walk them.
I got a lot of
Everyone
bombers.
else continue forward. Tanks front to back. Everyone else continue forward. Good shit, boys. Good shit. Get the 1s and 2s.
Dodge rolling so much trying to basic attack.
The ashes muscle memory now.
Go H7.
Thank you. Give me someone watching 9, please.
Does food work in the arena? No, I think there's
Thank you.
eventually like arena food that you can make or something, but I don't think we have any of that in our version.
Random question, since nothing is happening. How much is it to join Ash right now if someone wanted to play it?
We're playing fucking TL. What the hell? Shut up. Escalator. Okay, thank you.
$120. Use my referral code.
Okay, guys, spread
that,
spread
you
out.
can't join.
DM it to me.
Spread out.
Evasion or endurance? I am melee ranged evasion.
Yeah, we got Keats.
I'm food for staff players.
I'm adding a pin here. Pin 10. Yeah, pin 10 is bombers. Keep a 9. They're just gonna jump down and spin them.
The Atom ones work in arena.
Just leave me one SNS 1 in the clump to just sleep them.
The ones that give you like. Oh, really? You can use this? You think that's intended? Do you have to be out of combat to use these? Maybe I should play around with that some more.
Sleepers on cliff.
Yep. On 10. There's one behind as well. One dagger on a.
When would you even? When your team doesn't have a healer, or when your healer's got cooldowns, or I mean, pretty much any time you need to recover.
Yeah,
There's a lot of times in solo queue when you would want to drink back up to full.
Kill the ones in our ball first.
There's even matches where I run out of mana if I live for too long.
Push into 9. They're all club. You guys still win this. On Alec. You guys still win this. Easy. Good shit. And then tanks look back now. There's like 2 people.
Don't let him out.
I got globaled on my way.
How many do we have? Pretty good.
Yep. Assassin step. Anything else you have on death?
Only works out of combat.
Make sure you kill the spider so you can farm some insect legs. Really.
Yeah, you might be able to get out of combat. I don't know.
South side's clear. Coming back from there.
This looks quite boring. Well, the guild we're fighting isn't.
Eyes on on 10. Eyes on
Maybe
10
this
as well.
time.
Their bombers actually got like a fucking 10-piece nugget meal when they.
What's the
attacked
word?
last time, so it stays more spread. There's so much room here. There's no reason their bombers.
They are not as strong as we are.
Play on the left. Play on the right.
We'll put it that way.
Above 9.
Yep. A lot of them up at 10.
I think they're gonna fly.
Darian, where'd you lose your 1v1?
They're moving. Oh, they're blitzing the stone, bro.
Okay, yeah, just. Oh, they're going
Oh, they're
around. They're
going,
going around.
yeah.
They're going around. Just grapple over. Grapple over. Look at our backline though. The bombers might come in.
Sleep.
Engage that. Engage that. Engage that. Engage that. Right on the ramp. Right on the ramp. Right on the. Oh my God! It's huge on the ramp. It's huge on the ramp.
Nice.
Good fucking shit.
Good job, guys.
I was expecting a lot more of them to go down into the canyon there.
Here's Wonderwall.
Hello? What the fuck is going on?
That was so loud.
Yo, don't let this Mattheos guy get away. I want him dead. I want his head on a fucking plate. Thank you.
But yeah, all of our wars are like this.
Name killed me.
I don't know. I don't know. Eventually, other guilds will catch up.
I'm not a billionaire.
Oh, I thought you hit a Billy.
No. No. I sacrificed my life for Ethereum. I can't reach billionaire status. Just a lowly multi-millionaire.
For now.
Yes, subscribe to my Discord now.
Yeah. I heard if you subscribe to the Ethereum Discord, you can join our guild, right?
That's right. That's right, Grenton. But you know what's cuter than subscribing to...
These amateurs.
These amatoys.
What server you play on? We are on the Chernobog server.
Come back on this side. You cheeky little buggers. 4 and 9. That's interesting.
Fuck them.
Fuck 'em.
I came for you.
The bombers are?
12 more minutes of this. Oh boy. Do I have a build on quest log? Yeah, exclamation builds. Imagine if we lose both wars.
Yep, definitely me.
What do you mean?
Definitely bought that.
Oh, it's not you. Rat.
Are you guys in a build right now too, Ked? Or in a war right now?
They have a team coming from the,
They're crossing again to
Do it
fire.
again. Sleep it. Sleep it if we can. Knock, knock. Anyone who's there, sleep it. We'll hit them in the back. Get a good suck on that.
Oh, this is huge. This is huge. This is huge.
Oh my God, this is illegal.
Completely stole that. Guy's name is Safe
fucking
T.
feeds. Nice fucking feeds.
Blocking.
There's still ones and twos there. Walk through, walk through, walk through. Walk down the ramp, walk down the ramp. Kill all the ones and twos. Good shit.
Oh, don't let him out.
Good fucking shit. I'm dead. I'm all back. It's okay.
You guys are on 9. They're on 9. Come 9. Come 9. Quick, 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 quick. Come 9. Come 9. Come 9. Come 9. Push 9. Push 9. Push 9. Push, 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 push. Good wipe. Holy shit, you just went on
What's he
all.
talking about?
And we just killed them all.
Nice.
I'll let you take count on your way.
Back in 30.
They're pushing again. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Look at me, look at me. Sleeps on that. On the suction cup, on the suction cup.
Do you guys see how bored this guild is?
Blocks, guys, blocks. Slow down, slow down, slow down.
You see how desperate for content they are? Isn't Canon on the same server? No, Canon left long time ago.
Sit, dog.
Dude, Dude, don't say sit dog. That's such
Some
a
of them are
trigger
grouping
words.
up in 7.
Oh, I was talking to my dog. Sorry.
There were once many guilds on Chernobog. Now there are much less many.
Did you hear what he did to Alan after they said that?
Only at 9 a.m. No. That was GBK's playing AOC with us, kiddo.
The majority of the main ball is on pin number
PvP
6.
in this game is awful at all stages. I enjoy the PvP a lot when it's closer to an even fight.
I'm gonna click Minty and hit follow.
Nice.
We had some great wars on the Korean server.
And just mirror for now. They're pushing in. We're gonna T-bone them. T-bone them if we can. T-bone them if we can, honestly. Yep, now.
That's gone.
Bone him, bone him, bone him. Nice. Good shit. Keep moving up, keep moving up, keep moving up, keep moving up.
Nope, don't let him out. Don't let him out.
Watch the spinner in the middle. Good.
Nice spin. Nice spin.
Good shit.
Anyone else think that their character's dead for a second every time they get slept? The way he makes that little ugh, and like your screen suddenly halts, I always think I'm dead. Just for like 0.1 seconds, I think I'm dead.
Guys, the Queen Blood Splitter is up, bro.
Blood?
Free loot.
He dodged a Furium. I mean, more or less. I'm not gonna like. I mean, I think he made the right call for his guilds.
Yeah, group in between 6 and 7.
Thank you. Alright, same side that they just pushed from.
Everyone dodges a Furium. It's not like, oh, Cannon dodged a Furium. Like, everyone in all of North America dodged a Furium. It's not like a unique thing to any one group.
If you unflag, make sure you flag before.
Doesn't a Furium control the entire server? Yeah. Have you been messing around with AOC on the weekends? I played it twice. I just haven't had a lot of time. I do like the game. I just have not had a lot of time to play it. I spent a lot of time on this game and on making videos and stuff like that, so.
Yeah. They're playing safe zone right now. Their whole bomb squad's there.
Your class can one-shot most other classes? That's really not how PvP works, but okay.
Stay spread. You're gonna look for a sleep here. Their entire
There's lots of fun PvP builds in this game. If your argument is that Greatsword Dagger is one of the more fun builds, and that's why I think PvP is good, then I don't know about that. I mean, SNS, Greatsword, Crossbow Dagger, Staff Bow, Wand Dagger, Wand Staff, like all of those are, broadly speaking, just straight up better than this build, so.
They should be popped now. Yeah, huge.
This build definitely has its moments, though. Definitely has its moments. Every once in a while, I'm happy that I played this build. But 99% of the time, I wish I was playing SNS.
It's all good. They're all dead now.
Shows you the guilds are not inherently competitive, really. I think there's guilds that are competitive, they just didn't play Korea, and so we're months ahead of them, and it's just going to take months for them to catch up.
You're gonna be coming from 9 again.
Also, like, for some reason, NA just doesn't ally up. Like, the Japanese servers have these huge zergs, the Europe servers have these huge zergs, and NA, just nobody wants to work together. So we were expecting to have to fight against, like, 8 or 12 guild alliances, and instead, like, there's been some like 5 or 6 guild alliances, but they haven't been, I don't know, they've been very like thinly held together. They haven't been like competitive 5 to 6 guild groups. Months ahead because of knowledge. Yeah, I don't think we're really ahead in gear anymore. You could say we were ahead in gear for the first few weeks, but it's pretty easy for everyone to hit this level of gear now.
Bomber's on 12.
If you've been playing since launch and you're like a competitive PvPer and you play the game every day, then there's no reason why you couldn't be maxed out by now.
Bomb should be moving in soon. Hit it. I'm staying behind for the bomb. Hit it. Nice feed.
See those global morphs from arena ranks? Global morphs? Like a morph that's on global, or like a morph that works for every shape? What does that mean?
That was a blunder.
Am I gonna have to start taking arena more seriously? Where do you see the stuff? I don't see any stuff.
Yeah. This is a boonstone. It could go into overtime. I don't think it will.
Clinton is so funny. Careful, guys. We might go into overtime.
If you pop poor people food, check your food.
What's up, Don? He banned me in chat because I asked if he dodged a Furium. It was a legit question. It's kind of a legit question. It's also kind of a pejorative because the word dodge implies that, like, you're being a pussy. So it's probably why you got banned. If you had asked, did you leave Chernobog, you probably wouldn't have gotten banned. But saying, you know, are you a big fat wimpy sissy, that probably will get you banned. Yeah.
Are that 12? No.
There's one on 4 side. He's deadpan.
Look under your rank in the chest box on arena page. I don't want to show that. What's my rank is very low. How do I?
Okay, I see.
Oh, this chest. Oh. Okay, you only have to be top 100 for the highest rank? I thought it was going to be way harder than that. I thought it'd be like the top 3. Okay. I can get this one. 1700? Yo, I can hit 1700, no problem. No problem. What do we have, a month?
Cut it off.
Till March? Okay. We have till March. I can hit 1900 by March. $2,200. We'll see. I don't know about that. We'll see about that. Am I dying?
Happens, I guess. I don't know. It's so hard to tab at targets in this game, bro.
It really is. It really is hard to tab target in this game.
Tap.
Top 100 content soon? Yeah, I might have to, like, actually start getting good at arena.
Third time's the charm.
I think Hyper's summon gating. I'm watching them disappear right now in front of my eyes.
Yeah, might be. Or with the gate.
Currently in bow staff, I've not yet transferred into purples or even traded up my blues. Is it too late to switch to staff wand? Nah. No, you're on untraded blues. You can do whatever you want, dude. You got plenty of opportunity to swap gear.
They're like flying off the top.
They're going 11. They're going 11.
Look how cool it looks in the morphs page. I'm technically not supposed to do that right now. This is a serious war.
From the air and lose all their stamina.
This is very serious PvP. I don't think you guys understand how serious this is. We need this boonstone. Sorry, I'm very sick. We need this boonstone so that we can get the skill damage boost for the siege on Sunday, you guys. It's really important. I should not be looking at the arena page.
They're gonna fly back.
They got 9 side. Huge pump at 9 side. That's where we want to engage.
That would be irresponsible.
Only stunning me. God damn, Obese, nice pull.
Oh, they're taking the stone.
Oh no!
Oh man, we're gonna have overtime.
No! They got the stone. It's
GG
over,
to
guys.
chat. GG to chat.
we did it.
GG. Chat.
JK.
Oh fuck.
Oh, no overtime.
Shit.
We flipped it back.
Oh, it's so close. Oh.
All right.
GG's.
Oh, you can stand on this. That's sick.
Oh, I'm actually impressed they stayed the whole 20 minutes. All right, Ashes, slaves go back to Ashes.
What? What did you call
Jeez.
us?
Literally the whole guild now just logs off and goes back to Ashes of Creation. Can only 2 guilds fight over a boon? Yeah, it's maximum of 70 v 70. It's 1 guild versus 1 guild. Okay, so chest, and then well, we don't look at it here. Okay, we gotta look at it here. We gotta go down here, and then we gotta go. Oh, it's right there. Is it this one? Do I have to remember the names of them? No, it's this one. Oh. Bro, I'm Lightning Rhino? Okay, I gotta get this. Yeah, I gotta get this. Where's the birdie? I don't remember which birdie it is. One of the ones that doesn't have a thing? I think it's this one. Yeah. Oh, Lightning Birdie. Alright, is there Lightning Turtle? Lightning Shark! Will not slow down when in a swamp. I don't know what that means. Does this game have a swamp? I don't think the game has a swamp, but that's still sick. At some point in the future when they add swamps. The PvP mounts are insane. Not gonna lie, Ashes in alpha phase has better combat than TNL, sadly. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. If we're being honest. I feel like Throne is like 1 or 2 major patches away from the combat feeling 10 times better. Like, there's so much low-hanging fruit with why combat in this game doesn't feel good. If they could just fix a lot of the clunkiness, like at least get it on par with, you know, like WoW or Guild Wars, like at least get it close to that. I mean, it's just tab target, you know? There's a server that has a 12 guild alliance. Yo, tell them to come to NA. Throne suffers. It was originally coded as an auto farm thing. I don't know if that's the issue. I don't think the auto farm has to do with like grappling hooks bugging out, or with melee range being 6 inches, or with the skill queue being finicky, or charging skills getting stuck, or like 15 other issues that we could think of. All right, you guys want to upgrade a belts? Want to upgrade an expensive belts? Ooh, 6 minutes. Let me see if I can go snag a Sardoma chest at the last second. Yeah, the targeting. Like, what are we doing with this targeting, dude? Is my health always this low? I feel like I'm missing health. Oh, I am. My blue gloves had health. Okay, that makes sense. By far, biggest issue is charge skills getting stuck, not letting you cast any skills. The targeting is just so ass. Yeah, the targeting I think is by far the biggest issue. The charge skills thing is annoying. What's more annoying is when like the target that you're charging an attack on desyncs and you think you're standing next to them, but you actually aren't. Reminds me a lot of BDO desync actually. Or like when I shadow strike on top of someone and then I go to ascending slash and I can't because they're out of range, even though I just shadow strike them and they haven't moved. Like, at least that guy, you know, he dodged the shadow strike, so he was still moving. And even then I was able to ascending slash him. Sometimes I will shadow strike someone, they won't move at all, and I'll still be out of range on the ascending slash. It's very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. Yo, this whole guild is healers. Everybody at target's got a wand equipped. Trying to find some easy targets here. Isn't desync more of an AGS issue? Some of it might be. Honestly, there's a great example, actually. Honestly, playing in KR a lot of times on 150 ping felt less laggy than playing West Coast to East Coast on 60 ping. So maybe that is Amazon's fault. I don't really see any other explanation for that. No stamina? Yeah, but my character doesn't need to teleport to the ground and instantly take damage. Like, there's supposed to be a time period where I can morph and fall down on purpose and all that stuff. Like, when you grapple and your character just teleports to the ground and you take fall damage, I mean, that's garbage. Garbage. Does not feel good. Feels bad. Alright, I got distracted on the docks. I think all the chests are gone now. Oh, I'm gonna get this guy. Oh, wait, there's a bunch of them? Oh, I'm scared. Wait, where's team? Team, where's team? Did we lose? Are we dead? Not seeing any greens. Is he coming for me? Yeah, come on, dude. You wanna do it. I know you do. The lizard saved him! That's crazy. That's so crazy. How can that lizard even hit me? I have 1900 evasion. Of course. He lands every single hit and heavies. Of course he does. Of course that's what happens right after the fucking lizard stuns me. Oh, we don't even have time to get back. Soldier to the rescue. That's so crazy, dude. Alright, it's basically daytime. Let's just go back to town. Can I teleport from here? Oh, I can. I can turtle teleport. Alright, I gotta get this belt upgraded. So for this one, we need to actually do math. I think belts might actually be the most expensive slot in the whole game right now. So, we shall call upon the mighty spreadsheet. Okay, so I kind of filled this out the other day. We've got a junk blue to fill up. We've got several junk purples, but I'll probably only end up using one. We'll see. Maybe two. And then we've got the collar itself. I just need to update these prices because it's been a few days. So let's find everything. Oh, free money. Okay, so we'll say 24 for weaken resist. Nope. Health regen. Thank you. I wish it didn't reset the item every time. It'll save me some time here. Okay, so health regen. We're looking at like 25. This is also my junk trait on the Bloodlust. Okay, bind resist, pretty expensive. Is the sheet available? Yeah, it's linked in my trait guide, part 2. Exclamation traits. I can't believe that there's some of you guys that watch the stream that still haven't seen my videos. Do you know how good the video guides that I have made for this game are? That's crazy. You'll sit here and watch me lose arenas for 30 minutes, but you won't watch a video guide for 30 minutes. Okay, let's do Demonic Beast Kings next. This is such a good item for junk stacking. I should have bought these weaken resists were only 17 the other day. I should have scooped them up. Yeah, somebody's been using these. Somebody has been using these. Okay, sleep resist pretty cheap. I assume this is going to be the cheapest. Excuse me. I assume this is going to be the cheapest of all the belts, but let me just make sure. Why is this trolling me? There we go. Okay, actually butchers are pretty cheap too. Alright, so we can mix this up a little bit. And then what about max mana? No, this is still the cheapest one from X Mana. Okay, not cheap. Why do I always end up doing this on the weekend when everything's more expensive? Yeah, these are like actually all higher than they were a few days ago. That's crazy. Skill damage went down a little. At least for blue, went up for purple. Okay, and then what are the actual... Well, I guess health regen is kind of the only junk trait that actually matters here. So, okay. So let's put everything together now. Yeah, so purple to purple is going to be super efficient here. For debuff duration, we'll just buy purples. Looks like buying blues is not going to be... Yeah, it's not going to work for any of this. Blue to blue transfer, also not going to be an option. Is it worth stacking health regen on the belt itself? It looks like it is not. So these are the strategies that we're going to utilize. So the blue to purple transfer will get me 960. And then a full purple to purple. Do I want to do a full one? Let's check. Yeah, even max mana. Probably worth. Or what I can do is I can do 2 purple to purples and just use trait lines 1 and 2 times in a row. And if that's the case, let me see. We end up with 2.6k blessing, which is going to be enough to completely force through max health and skill damage. And then we just buy debuff duration. Okay. Pretty straightforward. Now the question is, do I want to do that right now, or do I want to wait till like 5 in the morning when the prices are lower? The prices are crazy high right now. How much of a difference will it actually make? I'm probably paying an extra like 30 lucent per trait. So I'm probably paying an extra like 300 lucent right now doing this during prime time. Do I care enough to do it later? As long as it gets done by Sunday for the siege, that's mainly what I'm worried about. These are not going to change much in price. Yeah, we can at least do all the stacking. We can at least do all the blessing stacking. Let's do that. It's wild to me your videos are goated. I know, that's what I'm saying. Those videos are way better than the stream. If you're watching the stream, you gotta go watch those videos. Will there be new chests that give, for example, harvester pants? Will there be new chests? Yeah, there will be new chests, but they will require a different dimensional shard than the ones that you get right now. So probably you can't hoard any of your coins right now and use them for the new chests. But no one really knows for sure how they're going to do it. In your fail stacking video, you say blue to purple in your bis item. How much blessing gives full blue to blue? Blue to blue is 192. It's not typically worth it, but for some scenarios like necklace, it's very good right now on necklace. It's not very good on a lot of the other pieces unless the blues that you're using are 0 cost. So what I mean by that is like helmets and gloves, for example. I loot a lot of these when I'm doing abyssal dungeons. And so if I just fully stack a pair of gloves for free, because they're not going to sell anyways. So, whoa, what's happening? Why is there like 50 people running through Stoneguard together? Guys, what are we doing? What's going on? Are we practicing the castle parkour? Or are we going to do the bug? Are we going to do the glitch that they tweeted? Are we practicing exploits? I think we're practicing the exploit. Why are heroic boots of the resistance litho so high in the markets? Are these for builds? Yeah, if they're high price, the only reason for that is because they're a popular item. There's no... I mean, there's some scenarios, like with the heroic, like, witch hat, whatever it's called, where people, I think, just craft it for the litho book. But the litho book doesn't drive that much demand. Usually if it's more expensive than every other piece, it's because people are actually needing it. Yeah, it's this one right here. You can just like stick this in here and get 5 chain of lockstones right away. But yeah, I mean, probably not the reason why those shoes are expensive. Where would they be? In this one? Yeah, I don't think this is a particularly unique litho entry or anything like that. So people must be using them. They're explaining the siege tactics. I heard about the tweet. Look at him go. Honestly, I'm happy for them. I'm just glad that people are actually showing up to fight us. I think it'll be fun. A little bit of exploits here and there. You know, water under the bridge. Thank you for the tip. I saw your video 3 times. Still trying to figure out how to use it. Kind of a dumb guy, but I'll get there. Only have 600 loosened anyways. You got a sub for me. Yeah, I would not buy, unless you really know what you're doing, I wouldn't buy anything for blue to blue transfer. Blue to purple is the one you really want to make sure you're doing. Blue to purple is by far the most efficient. I think the only time I did blue to blue was necklace, helmets, and I probably would have done gloves too if I felt like I needed it, but the purple glove traits were so cheap that it was kind of pointless at that point. But I had a bunch of extra helmets from grinding Sanctum that I just used for blessing. It'll be fun. All games have bugs. Keeps things fresh. Do you have any tips for getting upgrade materials for armor and stuff? Because my PvP gear is all 9. My PvE gear is taking so much time to level. My advice would be don't have 2 different sets of gear. Almost nobody needs 2 sets of gear unless you are like really diehard trying to get rank 1 in Gate of Infinity, or if you're really diehard trying to push the challenge dungeon leaderboards, which aren't in the game yet. You don't need a separate set for PvE. You can use your PvP gear in PvE and you will be just fine. But I mean, as far as upgrade materials, make sure you're salvaging efficiently for magic powder. So like, before I salvage these blues, I'm going to make sure that I get it traded up, because I'm going to get more powder that way. And then buy your polished crystals every day from the guild merchant. And then get the ores from running contracts. And then you can combine those things together to get more upgrade mats. Can you sell already in Arena? Yeah, you can. Thanks for reminding me. I need to turn mine off. I'm a tank, so PvP I tank, PvE I do damage. That's why I have 2 sets. I mean, if that's how you want to play, in my opinion, you can do all that with 1 set. But yeah, if that's how you want to play, you're going to be hurting for upgrade mats. Go DPS to clear it faster. Well, if you're clearing your dungeons 10% faster, but you're spending 100% more materials to upgrade your gear, that's a rough trade-off, right? Can I ask what armor chest piece you wear? I use the heroic armor of the resistance, max health and melee evasion. It only works if you're going to go full melee evasion build, though. I run Greatsword SNS tank and I run PvP gear, and I feel like PvP gear and skills performs better even in PvE. Yeah, like I'd be curious, like what gear are you swapping? I mean, for PvE, there might be like 1 or 2 pieces that would make sense to swap out, but for the most part, I feel like that's too big of an investment to really be worthwhile. Okay. Belts. So I have this regeneration loop, or I have a belt of combat prowess. Combat prowess. If I were to unlock these, we're looking at 25 to 40. Regeneration loop looks cheaper. Weaken health and bind. Oh, okay. They're the same. It's the same traits. So the unlock cost here is going to be negligible. The upgrade cost is going to be the same. So I can use either one. Do I want to just get rid of one of my belts of combat prowesses? What are the lithos? 70? That's still not bad, though. That's actually still not bad. Alright, we'll do the regeneration. Problem is, regeneration has debuff duration on it, so actually I'd have to swap that out. Do I want to do that? Maybe I'll just explode this belt of combat prowess. It's hard to get junk belts, dude. It's actually hard to get junk belts. The living armor from Silius 3F. Is this the one that's a huge pain in the ass to farm? Or do you think I could go farm this? Dude, I need every single blue belt for my lithos still. Evilize and Mana Waste or Orc Shamans and Phonos? Nah, I'm not doing any of that. I'm not doing any of that. And then Regeneration Loop. This comes from the... Okay, yeah. Alright. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll spend the 5 stones. Now I'm having second thoughts. I just realized if I extracted the regeneration loop, does that sell for more than the Belt of Combat Prowess does? Oh, it does! Alright, I take it all back. Okay, I'm going to use 2 of these to upgrade the Belt of Combat Prowess, and then the third one is going to be a whoopsie. That's going to get resold. Okay. This is all kind of pennies. It doesn't really matter. I'm being a little autistic right now. You know what? I shouldn't have extracted this either. I could have just kept this for my purple. Oh well, too late. Let's sell it while the prices are high. All right. I really shouldn't upgrade gear when I have a cold, you guys. I make bad decisions. Very hard to get junk belts. Actually, no. That was a good decision. We're going to buy purple debuff duration, so the blue would have been worthless. We're not going to use Blessing for debuff duration. Any creators to follow for healing, staff, and wand? Eli is kind of the go-to healing guide maker right now, but there might be other ones. Warden players swap to Expo for PvE clear speeds. When the new dungeons come out, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see if people still want to do the multiple build thing. Especially like, I don't know, I guess in tier 1 it's not that bad. Having multiple sets of gear is not that bad. But in tier 2, I just think it's going to get so expensive to do that. Rolled my SNS Greatsword 3.2k character into Bow Dagger, transferred everything, and I regret it. I'm so squishy and die so fast in PvP. Yes. Yes. Once you play SNS Greatsword, it's really hard to play anything else. You can learn how to be tanky with Bow Dagger, though. You just gotta get the right build and learn how to perfect roll when people jump at you. For me, it's mana regen, cooldown reduction stuff as much as possible. 50 strength, 60 dex, 30 perception. 30 perception for PvE, do you feel like you need it? I feel like for PvE you can go like 0 perception. You just use whatever hit you have on your gear. If I know at the start, what I know now would have so much more Lucent, would be fully geared. Wasted so much on the wrong things. Yeah. That's why I played Korea first, because this game, the beta was so complicated. When I played the closed beta, I was like, what is all this? I'm going to have to play in KR before the NA launch. Okay, so I could go grind Belt of Combat Prowess. What do I actually need? We have bind resist, so I need what? Weaken and health regen? If I wanted to be real efficient, we could just go grind him. Okay, now I need 2 bind resists and 2 health regens. Sheesh. So high. I'm doing this at the wrong time, boys. I'm doing this at the wrong time. I'm checking the spreadsheet again. So yeah, at this point, that's what I suspected. If I'm paying 40 for a blue trait, that's actually worse than the purple to purple transfer. Well, they're about tied. They're about tied. All right, let's just do it then. Let's just do it. These the right ones? And then I'm going to keep my old belt. So this is going to be... I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Yeah, I think we upgrade it to +9. Transfer it into this demonic Beast Kings. And then fill up 2 lines on the Beast Kings. Transfer it into another Beast Kings. Fill up 2 lines of that, and then transfer it into the Bloodlusts. Maybe I should just do all 3. And just have extra blessing for the next tier. Am I planning too far ahead? It feels like it's planning too far ahead right now, but I bet you in February I'll be like, man, I'm glad I did that. The belt is overpriced. What, combat prowess? No, it's not. It's so good. Is it still good to farm this belt to make Lucent? It is. It is still very good. Yeah, people who complain about making money. It's funny to me how easy it is to make money if you just farm that belt. Recraft Bloodlust for change feature? Recraft it? No, I definitely wouldn't recraft it. We can re-roll it with conversion stones. It's 2 in the night. Going to bed. Keep up the good work. Overload us with info. You're helping us out a lot. Maybe a video on how you do daily stuff efficiently. What do I talk about dailies? The level 50 guide. Yeah, the what to do at level 50 guide. I'll go into my daily routine there. It's pretty quick. It's just buying stuff. I'm stubborn. I refuse to invest in strength. Built my PvE on Dex, Perception, and Wisdom. Thought I was hitting hard until I started this strength build for arenas. I used Umbra Proximity Tome with Decimation Neck. And I'm working on getting Shock and Harvesters to round it out. Never won ranked matches till now. Well, yeah, heavy hitting is crazy. I mean, it's double damage, right? So in arena, especially with such a tank heavy and healer heavy meta, a lot of times the heavy is what determines whether or not you get the kill. It's very simple. Like if you don't heavy a tank, you can't kill them. And if you don't heavy a healer, a lot of the times you can't kill them. Like you just don't have enough burst for them to be able to just heal right up afterwards unless you get the heavy. So yeah, 50 strength is pretty juicy. Plus max health is nice. Thanks for the YouTube video. Change the game for me. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad. Thanks for letting me know. good money in low-level open-world dungeons. I think Temple of Silivith really is the best option, although there's a couple pieces from Ant's Nests. Are these still worth money? Yeah, not as much. Oh yeah, that's gone. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to beat the belts in Silivith. But I also don't think it's going to last that much longer. Technically, I can infinitely stack blessings with transfer conversion stone. There's no point. There's just no point in doing it. Transfer and conversion stones. You could do it with conversion stones. It's almost never worth doing it with conversion stones unless you're converting anyways. Like, for example, with this Belt of Bloodlust, I've got health regen on it. I'm gonna be converting that away. So if I had some extra health regen belts to throw on here before I convert, then that would, that would be fine. But we already did the math and decided that wasn't gonna be worth it. But like for my Morokais that rolled max mana and then stun chance and then wildkin and then, stun chance again. I definitely used the max mana and the wildkin to build blessing on that because it was a good opportunity. But that's only because I was already converting it to try to get like hit chance or heavy. I would never purposely like convert just to stack blessing. Lithograph and craft again. Maybe you can craft great success. Well, I mean, the lithograph is 6.2k and the belt is 7.3k. So even if I got a great success, after tax, I don't think I would have enough profit to even just buy the lithograph back. So I don't think, if this was like 2 or 3 times the price of the lithograph, then I'd be tempted, but I don't think this is even enough of a margin to cover the cost of doing that. Abomination Farm is kind of goated with how fast you burn contracts and tokens. Is the goal to burn the tokens as quickly as possible, or is the goal to maximize your gains from those tokens? Speaking of stacking blessings for T2 gear. Yeah, you could do it infinitely. I mean, I think the thing is we have like no scope for when the T2 gear is going to come out. Because even if we get like T2 weapons and armor in like February, which I think would be the absolute earliest, we probably still won't have accessories. So it's really hard to advise on like T2. I know people are already thinking about stacking blessing for T2. I just think it's so early. It's so early. It might be 6 months. Like, I don't know if people realize that. It might be 6 months until you actually need to use that. So the prices by then are going to be so much lower than they are now. You don't have content for 6 months? Probably not. I mean, yeah, I hope it's not 6 months. I'm just saying it might be. At least for some pieces. For accessories, it might be 6. Like, even if we get... That's what I'm saying is, like, even if we get weapons and armor in 2 months, we still might not get accessories for 6 months. You see what I mean? What do you... What's your think? Invest High Lucent, Tevin Sword, or Bellendir SNS or something? I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, what item do I think will stay expensive the longest? Do you still use a Dentist Greatsword in Tier 2? On Korea, that was a thing. But in Korea, T2 weapons maxed out at level 9. And in our version, they're going to go to level 12. So I don't know if it'll make sense to use Tier 1 weapons once we have Tier 2 as an option. I suspect it won't. Even with the passive, I suspect that won't make sense anymore. Abomination rings are the only farmable blue ring. I don't know. What are they called? Am I sleeping on the ring farm? Is it this one? Yeah. It's decent. Do you think you get these more often than you get Belt of Combat Prowess? I think without tracking, like, okay, I'm going to go do 5k tokens. I don't even know if 5k would be enough. I feel like I'd have to do like 10k tokens at Silius and 10k tokens at Siliveth and combine everything together. But I suspect you're still making more Lucent in the lower level dungeon, but you're probably making way more like gems and paper and stuff from the higher level dungeon, so it might not be worth it. Endurance versus evasion. If you aren't sure, I would go with endurance. You've never seen the belt drop? Burn 20k in 30 minutes in Cilius? 20k in 30 minutes? Okay, I don't know if you're burning that. Even on the... So you guys are fighting the little steel claws? I don't think you're burning 20k in 30 minutes. You might burn 10k. You did 17k in a night? Yeah, I don't know. You guys must have been cooking. I feel like even when I'm killing... When we had the entire Demon Hoof rotation on respawn to ourselves, I don't think we did 20k in 30 minutes. I think it was closer to 10. Yeah, maybe if we had rotated to other rooms. This was the Shaman platform. Form Belt of Combat Prowess is best. I mean, it was for a while. I don't know if it still is. That's kind of what we're talking about. It's gone down a lot, so there might be better options now. Okay, so we've got this filled up. I need to relist this and get my money back. Cut my losses here. So yeah, I think we crank this thing up to 9. No reason not to. I'm not getting rid of the belt that I've got equipped. We're gonna have 2 belts, so yeah, no reason not to upgrade this. And just make sure it's the right one. Okay, here we go. Okay, now we want to transfer. Be very careful with this part, because all these belts look identical to each other. Why do they look so similar? All right, this is the one. We want to keep this low. So I'm not going to level this to 7.3 like I normally would, because since I'm doing a purple to purple transfer, it's going to save me Solent doing this at level 6 rather than at level 9. So we're going to keep this low for now. God, I get so nervous clicking these, dude. I just always feel like I'm going to mess something up. Okay. Okay, it's trash. Okay. Alright, it's garbage. Okay, and so now the question is, do I use another belt to unlock the trait, or do I save these belts for more stacking? Oh, max mana is the expensive one, guys. I did the expensive one. Okay, well, I guess we're filling this up all the way then. If that's the case... Yeah, so we're spending like 150. We're spending 154 Lucent to get enough blessing to force through an upgrade. The question I'm trying to figure out is if I need a second junk belt or not. If I'm filling this one all the way, that's going to be 1320 plus 960. It's going to be 2280. I think we want more than that. The real question is, do I just want to do all three? Because it'll give me more blessing than I need, but at some point down the road, that's going to be very useful. I could just fill up all three of these junk belts right now and end up with like 5k blessing. And I'm kind of tempted to do that. Do we have a boss right now? Oh shit. I'm asleep at the wheel, boys. Yo, this schedule just constantly trolling me. I thought it was Gigantrite hour. Why is it showing me Gigantrite? Do we actually have PvP on Corn? Oh, we're resetting it. Who did that? It just says I'm dead. It doesn't say who did that. That's crazy, dude. Is there any alternative to make money? Alternative to what? When I have time, everything is done. I farm level 50 mobs for green contracts and pouches. Oh, fishing and cooking. You probably make more money fishing and cooking. You can make pretty good money from cooking. Almost certainly more than you would make from contract farming. Or you can just make an alt. Alts are very strong. Very, very good money. Am I getting an arc boss weapon? Eventually. Eventually. I'm probably like 4th in line for Tevin daggers in this guilds. Could be 3rd if I work harder. Should I get somebody? They look like they're gonna push. Which peace bosses did I miss? Probably missed a good one. Are they pushing or are they just watching? You guys, you brought 40 people down here to watch or what? What's going on? They're just up in the steps, up in the Coliseum, watching the show. All right. I got alt, but you get like 3 hours of content a day. I'm playing more than 3 hours a day. Make another alt. Here they come! It's over! Oh, I love when Devastating Smash won't cast on someone 2 feet away. Alright, well, that was a push. Can I jump over the wall on this guy? I'm gonna find a way to get this dude. I know it says line of sight, but I'm gonna find an angle. Alright, never mind. Once the wall goes down, can we chase? Oh, yeah! Oh, that's fun. I didn't know that's how that worked. We never do this boss. We always skip him. Nobody cares about his loot. Alright. Cool. It's 2 cap, so you mean a new account? Oh, he doesn't know, you guys. It's cross-server. Your Lucent is cross-server. So... Yeah, you want to make an alt on NA East Early Access, where all the prices are high. And then sell very expensive things and take it back to your broke-ass server and buy things for cheap. Haven't tried creating a third. I have 1 character on NA and 1 on EU. Both servers state 1 out of 2 characters for me. No, I definitely know people that are running 3+ alts. Their whole life is Throne and Liberty, but they are doing it. All right, boys, I have a thing tonight. I got to head out. Plus, I'm sick and probably shouldn't be talking this much. But I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me and watching the stream. I am posting shorts now on a daily basis. So if you're on YouTube, the link is already right there under the video. You can click. I got a couple little 50-second videos for you guys, just like easy tips. But we'll do stream highlights as well for like, good moments, fun stuff. So keep an eye out on that, and I will enjoy the Jake Paul fight. Did it start yet? Yeah, I have in-person tickets. That's totally where I'm going right now. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow, and then Siege is on Sunday. It's on Sunday afternoon, boys, so don't miss it. I will probably upgrade the belt tomorrow on stream, and then we'll do a little gambling. Do a little more trait reroll gambling, see how that goes. So hope you guys enjoy the rest of your nights. We are going to raid someone on Twitch real quick before we head out. Keep your drops going. You guys know I wouldn't leave you dropless now that the drops are back. Who do we know? All right, we're going to go raid Revik, the Greatsword Dagger Godfather, KR veteran. Made all the build guides for Greatsword Dagger. Go check him out. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow, if I have a voice. And if not, Sunday for sure for Siege. All right, good night, everybody. Love you.